Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Hollywood. Anyway, we're very happy to be here in Burbank, California for the June meetings of the California High-Speed Rail Authority. This being the first of 2 days. As you noted from the agenda, one of the major items that we're dealing with today and tomorrow is environmental documents and approval and certification of the Palmdale to Burbank section. So in these meetings, we're careful to ensure that we include all the things that we need to when we're doing environmental review and certification. So we're a bit more formal than normal. So let me start with this. As noted in your agenda, as is custom with the authority, we will start by taking public comment at the very beginning of the meeting. Since we are hearing the Palmdale to Burbank project section and related environmental decisions, we will also have a dedicated opportunity for public comment on the project section later this morning. Public comment at the outset of the meeting will be for the remaining agenda items and non-agenda items not related to the Palmdale and Burbank final EIR/EIS as proposed decisions. After the general public comment period, authority staff will present the Palmdale to Burbank project section, including the final EIR/EIS and proposed for the board to consider. After staff presentation, we will ask for public comment on the Palmdale-Burbank project section, proposed decisions, and all related agenda items. Those are agenda items 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Therefore, members of the public will have an opportunity to listen to the presentation from staff and incorporate any thoughts or questions or concerns in their comments to the board. Board member comments will be sought after the public comments, and the board members may direct staff as to any issues or questions they wish to have addressed during item 8 on Thursday. After a lunch break, the board will reconvene and move on the other agenda items 3 through 6, followed by a closed session. After that, the meeting will recess until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow's session will start with item 8, staff responses to the issues raised in today's meeting. The board will then deliberate on items 9, 10, and 11 related to the Palmdale-Burbank project section. So with that introduction, we will now move into the meeting. So if I can ask our secretary to please call the roll.
Director Schenk,
Here.
Chair Richards, Director Camacho,
Here.
Vice Chair Miller, Director Perea,
Here.
Director Gometti, Director Escutia, Director Williams,
Here.
Director Cohen.
Thank you. If we may, please stand in the pledge of allegiance, and if I could ask Director Escutia to lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Of the United States.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now ask the secretary to advise those in attendance and those who may be calling in how to address the board on these items other than Burbank, Palmdale. Ms. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin public comment on all agenda items except number 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11, California High-Speed Rail Board of Meeting, I'd like to go for opportunity to provide public comment on agenda items number 2, 8, 9, and 11 will be provided after agenda item number 2 is presented. Person to provide public comment, you will be called on in the order we received your card. If you are joining the meeting via Zoom and wish to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature located at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are dialing in by phone, pressing the number 2 will raise your hand and put you into our queue. Will be called on in the order their hands are raised. Once you are in the queue and your name is called, please click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. Joining by phone, we will call on you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. At that point, you will hear a message that your phone is being unmuted. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to speak. I will remind you when you have 15 seconds remaining. When it is your turn to speak, please slowly and clearly say your first and last name, and if applicable, state the organization you are representing. Our first speaker is, we have no in-person speakers, so we will move on to the Zoom speaker. Our first Zoom speaker is Nadia Cantabrana.
Ms. Kosovai, welcome.
Hi, welcome. Sorry, I guess I'm confused. I raised my hand, but this is not until, this is for item 2. So should I wait after the presentation? I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll wait. I'll lower my hand.
Thank you. Our next Zoom speaker then will be Thomas Rafferty.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I do believe I have to wait till after item 2. I think I'm just like the previous speaker, so I will lower my hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to, oh, it looks like there are no more raised hands then. Good speaker.
That's all, Ms. Secretary.
I have no other time that would like to provide public comment.
Thank you. So we had no public comment at this point, but we will now turn to agenda item number 1, consideration of approval of our
Move approval.
motion and second. Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Schenk,
Yes.
Chair Richards,
Yes.
Director Camacho,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller,
Yes.
Director Perea,
Yes.
Director Gometti, Director Escutia, Director Escutia,
She stepped down.
Director Williams,
Aye.
Director Cohen. This motion carries.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item number 2, and to introduce item 2, we'll ask our Chief Executive Officer to make the introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we get into item 2, it's the presentation for the consideration of the environmental documents for the Palmdale-Burbank project section. I'm happy to introduce our lead presenter is LaDonna Camillo, who is our regional director here in Southern California. She'll be joined by Stefan Galvez, who heads up our Department of Environmental Services, and Christine Inoue, who heads up our strategic delivery group here at the authority. Of course, the consideration of this document is an exciting issue for the authority, as with this document ultimately cleared, all of San Francisco to Los Angeles would be environmentally cleared, which is a necessary prerequisite before you can get into further design work and ultimately advancing the project. So it's an exciting couple of days for the authority. And with that, LaDonna, I will turn to you.
Great, thank you. Is my microphone working? Somebody, okay, great. First, I want to Southern, yeah, this is our first board meeting, at least since I've been here in Southern California. So welcome. I know it's a little bit challenging, but important day to have you here in Southern California. So we do appreciate the meeting here. With that, I will start with, we're here today to talk about the Palmdale to Burbank final environmental document, final environmental report, environmental impact statement. Our first slide is a little bit of our agenda of what myself, Stefan, and Christine are going to go through for you. We will review the project section, and the highlights and the benefits. We'll talk a little bit about the specifics of the alignment, including the tunnels that are included in this project section. We're going to do a fairly deep dive into the key environmental impacts and mitigation measures, as well as certain stakeholder concerns that we heard consistently, and environmental justice. But before we leave this slide, I want to focus attention, a little bit of attention on the map on the right. There are 2 project sections in Southern California that yet to be environmentally cleared, Palmdale to Burbank and Los Angeles to Anaheim. But what I really like about this map is it shows the interconnection for Southern California. So we are not just completing this project section, once approved, would complete environmental clearance for San Francisco to Los Angeles Union Station. And it provides opportunities for us to link to the private sector, Brightline, who's shown in the blue on the right. They're also a high-speed rail provider proposing Las Vegas to Rancho Cucamonga. You can see that line on the right, and then potential interconnectivity with the high desert corridor through the dotted line. So it really, you can see, opens up opportunity for interconnectivity in California. Also shown on this map is potential alignments for our phase 2 to complete and round it out to San Diego.
LaDonna, before you get into the further substance of the presentation, I also just want to remind the board that we also have counsel present today to answer any legal questions that come up on environmental requirements, including the authority's environmental counsel, Minming Wu Mori, and outside counsel from the law firm of Remy Moose Manley. So I just want to make sure that the board realizes those resources are available today. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first slide, we're gonna start with the project benefits of this particular project section. It is an exciting opportunity to connect the Los Angeles Basin with the Antelope Valley in an operating trip time estimated at 17 minutes. It's currently, it could be an hour drive with traffic. And it's really an exciting opportunity to open up connections between Los Angeles Basin area and the Antelope Valley for housing purposes, for connection to schools, to jobs. It just really makes that commute a much more reasonable commute. And so we're excited about the possibilities that opens up. It also is a great project section from a station development standpoint. We're already working with the city of Palmdale on station planning to partner there and to partner with the High Desert Corridor and a potential connection with Brightline. It's our first, for the authority, our first direct connection and a station to the airport, to an airport. So we'll be able to walk from the Burbank Airport Station directly to an airport for that connection. And it will be a fully dedicated corridor. So this corridor does not plan to share operations. We're sharing a bit of an alignment with Metrolink, but our operations will be dedicated. To that, we'll be enhancing safety on our corridor with positive train control and other measures. We'll be reducing greenhouse gases by taking vehicles off the road and making a better commute for riders. Along the way, we have opportunities for economic benefits and employment, as well as some connections to other stations. And I've highlighted a little bit the Metrolink connections. As we go through the presentation, you'll see we have opportunities to connect with existing Metrolink operations as well. On the next slide, I'm going to do a brief overview of the outreach and engagement that we've done. Really, the team has held hundreds of meetings with thousands of stakeholders. And throughout that process, we've been able to refine our alignment, our approach on this fairly complicated section. So we're always looking for opportunities to minimize impacts to residents, businesses, wildlife, and nature as well. And we're doing a balancing job as we move forward. You'll see that in our presentation today. So the next slide goes through a little bit of that history of alignment. You'll see in 2010, the alignment that we were reviewing I was actually at that time from Palmdale all the way to Los Angeles Union Station. It was later that we broke it up. In 2014, we broke it up. But in 2010, we were looking predominantly at the existing Metrolink alignment, which took us into Santa Clarita and the city of San Fernando. Over time, as we looked at it, there were a lot of impacts to this particular alignment. It wasn't expedient. It's a fairly long version of the alignment. So if you click to the next slide, there's a graphic. You'll see the alignment evolve through 2012 and then 2016, I believe is the next one, Justin. 2014. The next, you'll see us hone in toward the east. We're starting to look at tunneling in 2014. Could we be completely tunneled? The next version is 2015. We're adding a few alignments. And you'll see over time, we have looked at a lot of alignments. As we went into 2016, we had really focused on these three primary core alignments. The top route is typically referred to as State Route 14. There's different versions of the name that historically kind of evolved, but it hugs State Route 14 at the top there before it heads south. And then the two eastern alignments we refer to as the E alignments. Next graphic shows 2018 when we selected the preferred alternative as that 2018 alternative. And you're starting to see a little bit more definition on the 2018 alternative. And then in 2020, on the next slide, we started in communication with the Corps of Engineers. They asked us to look at ways to avoid Una Lake. And Una Lake is not the big blue spot. It's actually a much smaller lake, but it's an important resource for wildlife and for a watering resource. So each one of these three alignments came up with an Una Lake avoidance, which got us to the 6 alternatives that we moved forward. But still in 2020, we adopted State Route 14A. So SR 14A, which on this map is the second alignment from the top. You can kind of see there's a little flag there. That is the preferred alternative that was selected in 2020 that has the Una Lake avoidance. So with that, I think that is the last one of our iterations, and I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Engineer of Strategic Delivery, Christine Inouye, to walk through the specifics of the alignment and what that looks like.
Thank you so much, LaDonna. So the Palmdale to Burbank project section has 6 alternatives, which range from 31 to 38 miles. SR 14A, which is our preferred alternative, is 38 miles and fully grade separated. So I'd like to walk through the preferred alternative and point out some of the key features of the alignment, starting in Palmdale, which is at the top of the map. The alignment starts at grade in Palmdale, and this is the portion that you see in green, passing east of Una Lake, crossing under Metrolink and Sierra Highway, and then going over the Soledad Siphon, which is part of the California Aqueduct. It quickly enters Tunnel 1, which is the portion in purple, which is a 13-mile twin board tunnel, which generally follows State Route 14. It then goes through a series of at-grade sections, viaduct, and short tunnel before approaching the Santa Clara River. At the Santa Clara River, we have a viaduct to go over the river and over Metrolink. This viaduct also includes a steel bridge, which was designed to strategically span over the sensitive habitat in the river. As we move south of the Santa Clara River, we go into the third tunnel, which is the next long line in purple. This is a 12-mile twin board tunnel along the edge of the Angeles National Forest and the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument. the alignment emerges south at grade in Pacoima, and then goes over the Hanson Dam spillway on a steel bridge before entering the final tunnel going into Burbank. Next slide, please. SR 14A and the other alternatives connect to the Burbank Airport Station. This is an underground station, and as Winona had Ms. DiCamillo had mentioned, very near the new Burbank Airport Terminal. The location provides an intermodal connection to commuter rail, both Metrolink, Antelope Valley, and Ventura lines, along with connections to transit and the airport. The authority has begun and is committed to continuing close coordination with the airport authority as they design and build their new terminal, and as we design and build our new station. Next slide. Thank you. Now, a little bit about tunnels. Tunnels allow high-speed trains to traverse mountainous areas at speeds up to 220 miles per hour. Without tunnels, the alignment would have sharp turns and steep grades, which would significantly slow the speed and increase travel times. Tunnels also result in minimizing impact to communities and wildlife, since they are far below the ground surface. Next slide. If you can click one more. Thank you. This slide compares the tunnel profiles for the east alignments and the preferred alternative. High-speed rail tunnels require a maximum 2.5% grade, which is relatively flat, along with long sweeping curves to achieve those maximum speeds. So the east alignments, E1A and E2A, which are shown on the screen, curve south. They go directly under the Angeles National Forest, and they have a 16-mile tunnel underneath the forest. This is also the location or the portion of the mountain range with some of the higher mountains, approximately about 2,500 feet above the tunnels. SR 14A, if we can click one more. SR 14A stays at the edge of the Angeles National Forest, where the mountains are lower. We have only 6 miles of the tunnel underneath the forest. And generally, it has lower tunnel depths. And as you can see in the profile, that the mountain peaks over the SR 14A alignment are much shorter. Okay, next slide. So when we compare SR 14 alignments to the east alignments, we see that the SR 14 alignments have the shortest amount of tunnels underneath the Angeles National Forest. They have lower tunnel depths, and they have minimal impacts to wildlife and surface water and groundwater. The lower tunnel depths help to reduce risk in construction. And then SR 14A, which is one of the 2 state route alternatives and our preferred alternative, also avoids Una Lake. And these are some of the reasons why the authority has selected SR 14A as the preferred alternative. Next slide. This chart compares design features of all the alternatives. And I'll focus attention on the second column, which is SR 14A. This is our preferred alternative. It has approximately 28 miles of tunnel and additionally 2 miles of cut and covered tunnel and other underground features. which total to 30 miles of the 38 total underground. This is over 80% of the alignment being underground. We also have an additional 1.5 of elevated structures or bridges, which help as part of this alignment. So the 15% design in the final EIR EIS includes the alignment, cross sections. We've considered seismic, along with construction methods like the use of tunnel boring machines. As part of the design development, we completed geotechnical desktop studies, literature researches. We looked at similar tunnels, both nationally and internationally, and reviewed geological mapping that was available. The authority also completed some borings in 2016, and these borings were up to 2,700 feet deep, which is below the depth of the planned tunnels. So with the general geotechnical data and the preliminary design, the authority has concluded that these tunnels are feasible for train operation and service. Next slide. The Palmdale to Burbank project section costs range from 21.91 to $22.89 billion. The preferred alternative is $22.55 billion. The authority thoroughly reviewed the cost estimates after the publication of the draft and before the release of the final. We updated the cost estimate to correct a double counting that we found in the quantities. Also to include some key changes, reduction in cut and cover excavation and tunnel spoils, in consideration of public comment that we received to reduce the footprint. And then also some adjustments made for professional services and unallocated contingencies due to inflation and some cost increases. So the cost estimate range for the project section will be updated in the next project update report. Okay. And with that, next slide. Thank you. And for our environmental review, I'd like to introduce our Director of Environmental Services, Stefan Galvez. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Members of the board, members of the audience, good morning. The next set of slides, I'm going to cover the environmental steps that the team undertook after we disclosed and released the draft environmental document back in 2022, at the end of 2022. So I want to pick it up from there. What I'm going to cover will be the comments that we received. We received a large number of comments, how those comments shape the next steps and the additional avoidance and minimization measures that we undertook to further reduce impacts from those that we had disclosed in the draft environmental document. And then I also want to cover some of the residual significant and avoidable and adverse impacts that we still had, despite the hard work that the team has undertaken to, again, identify some additional measures to minimize impacts. Before I do that, I'd like to just take a step back for a second to sort of frame the process that we have been following since for the last 10 years, working on this environmental document, particularly for the benefit of the audience and for those who may have joined us later in the process and may not be as familiar with the process. So just as in other sections and all our projects that we undertake, we follow the National Environmental Policy Act at the federal level, that's NEPA for short, as well as the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, at the state level. And so there's some very key aspects of these laws that govern the review and approval process of environmental documents. And I want to just kind of, well, again, sort of reiterate the hard work that has been done in terms of disclosure of impacts. We have conducted a lot of technical analysis to identify those potential impacts that may be resulting from the different alternatives, and doing the disclosure of those impacts. But also wanted to highlight the extensive public involvement process, because that public involvement process, Mr. Camillo mentioned that we had hundreds and hundreds of meetings, has really helped develop a project that is being brought up to you. This is the culmination of that 10 years of hard effort to show that on balance, this is the best alternative to close this gap between Palmdale and Burbank. So the team is very proud and very mindful of the work that they have done to get us to this point. So I wanted to highlight that. The next slide is the list of the resource topics that helps us identify the potential impacts and look at the different alternatives. And we already covered the alternative development process. But these topics, we always have been very mindful of following and making sure that we comport to all the laws and regulations that govern each one of these topics, because each one of those have a set of laws and regulations. So I'll be referring to some of those throughout the presentation. Let's go to the next slide. So again, let me take you back to the end of 2022, when we circulated the environmental document, the draft environmental document, and we disclosed the alternatives as well as the potential impacts resulting from those studies. And we received great participation from the public, from the stakeholders, from public agencies. That has really helped us go to the next step, right? But we took the input that was received at the time, and I highlight here that there were multiple comments for multiple letters. We have hundreds and hundreds of letters, so we grouped those comments in 2,500 individual comments, and the team meticulously looked at each one of those to respond to those. And you're wondering why I had this here. This is volume 4 of the environmental document, and if you saw at the entrance, there's many of these, and this is part 1 of volume 4, which is where you could find the responses to each one of those 2,500 comments. So I wanted to highlight the work that the authority took to make sure that we address each one of those comments. But not only we just responded to the comments, but they helped shape the next steps to further avoid and minimize the impacts for the project. So what you see here are some of the key areas where we received comments, and I'm just going to walk through some of those. Let's go to the next step. So the first one is due to the fact that we're going to be doing a lot of tunneling activities, and we talked about that quite a bit already. There is a concern that there may be impacts on water resources, both at groundwater as well as quality of the water. And so I'm going to have 2 slides here. One is going to be how we address this comment for the Angeles National Forest. And the next slide is going to be for private wells. So we already had done previous analysis about the potential of impacts on groundwater from tunneling. And we already had concluded that we were not likely to have substantial impacts on that. But the team wanted to go ahead and go and take a second look at that. And we looked at a number of examples throughout the world Tunneling is being used in many areas of the world, so there's a lot of new technologies and techniques that have been developed. And based on that research, we again concluded that we would not have a substantial decrease on those water levels. Here in the national forest is really important because impacts on the groundwater could translate at surface water, which are part of the habitat, right, and the ecosystems, and we did not want to impact those. So we're working with our partners at the U.S. Forest Service to develop a plan, and we're going to have a plan that is going to help us establish strong baseline. We have instrumentation already where we're taking measurements of those groundwater levels, and we'll continue to work with the Forest Service and other public entities to make sure that we don't have those impacts. We will have measurements pre, during, and post-construction. And in the unlikely event that there's some impacts on those water resources, then we are prepared to resupply that water. This has been done before. Caltrans actually did it in Devil's Slide, where there were some impacts on habitat for red-legged frog, and there was import of water until the water returned to the previous level. So it's been done before. We know how to do it. So the next slide is on private wells. There are a number of private wells that may be in direct conflict with our alignment. We don't have all that information at this time, but the plan would be for the authority to identify those private wells. The analysis is similar to what we did for the Angeles National Forest. The techniques, the new technologies that are being employed for tunneling indicate that we're not going to have any impacts, but we want to be mindful. We want to have a plan. We want to be prepared in case that there are impacts on private water wells. So we'll identify those wells. We'll consult with the property owners. We establish a baseline. We're going to have instrumentation throughout the area to measure the baseline. And in the unlikely event that there are negative impacts, then we will be compensating or relocating those wells. We'll do that all per our policies. Let's go to the next slide. The next slide is going to cover bio. Obviously, is very important topic. From the get-go, we recognize and acknowledge at the authority that there's some very fragile ecosystems, particularly in these areas, because some of them are pretty dry and arid. So we wanted to be super mindful and design around those. Since we're doing tunneling techniques, we're going to be avoiding the great majority of those impacts, but they are still ecosystems that may be impacted. I wanted to give a big shout out to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife here, because they have really helped us with a lot of technical advice and guidance in terms of how to best avoid impacts to these valuable species. We did receive a biological opinion from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that covers 5 federal listed species. The finding is that we will have no jeopardy as a result of the project and no adverse modification on habitat. We have also implemented, so we do have a number of conservation measures that came out of the biological opinion, but we have also developed a number of impact avoidance and minimization measures, and also mitigation measures that would help us further avoid any potential impacts on natural resources. We have over 100 measures that are adopted as part of this final environmental document. You could also make reference to those in the MMEP. And they're all listed in there. So we are very committed to minimize those impacts by following those measures. Let's go to the next slide. I wanted to sort of focus on Big Canyon for a bit. As I mentioned, we had made great efforts to avoid sensitive habitat throughout. There are some areas where that was not possible, and Big Canyon and the Santa Clara River is an area where we will be going at grade. And let me first orient you to what you're seeing on the screen. On the right-hand side, what you'll see on the left part of the picture is State Route 14, running north-south, generally north-south, north at the top of the picture, south at the bottom. And then as you move to the right towards the center of the picture at the top, you'll see the purple portion, which is our alignment coming out from tunnel onto portal 4B. And as you go south, you see the green line. And that green line is the portion where we will be going at grade through Big Canyon. It is about 1.1 mile. We will then transition towards the bottom portion of this picture to that blue line, which indicates the Santa Clara River Bridge, because we're going to be fully spanning the Santa Clara River, because again, it's such an important resource. One of the things that we did here as a result of the comments, input from the agencies and the stakeholders, is that we went ahead and did a design refinement. What you see, the blue squiggly line, if you could see it, is the footprint at the draft environmental document stage. And Justin, if you could toggle to the next one, this is animated. This is the result after our teams went back and tried to find ways to minimize that impact, to tighten up that footprint. And again, if you could just toggle back and forth a couple, just one more time. I'm sorry. No, just back. I'm sorry. And one more back. There you go. So we went from that again, forward, one toggle forward to this. So that's a reduction of over 20% of impacts from our project here, which allows to further protect habitat for the gnatcatcher and the slenderhorn spineflower, which is a very rare plant, which could occur in this area. The other thing that we did, and we cannot show it here, is some modifications to the Santa Clara River Bridge and the piers to prevent any impacts on the unarmored tree spine stickleback, UTS, that's kind of a mouthful, which is a very ancient fish, which is fully protected and is also listed at the federal level. And we made modifications so we would not impact the fish. Thanks again to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW for helping us get to that point. Let's go to the next slide. I'd like to cover wildlife movement right now. This is an important topic, one that from the beginning, the authority recognized that we wanted to do all we could to avoid and minimize any creating barriers to wildlife movement. And the great majority of the potential impacts would be avoided or are being avoided because we are going through tunneling. 80% of the alignment is through tunnels or viaducts. So our project is not causing a significant impact to wildlife movement. However, we have undertaken and we do have measures that provide further avoidance and minimization of potential impacts on wildlife connectivity. We are following the FHWA guidelines for wildlife crossings because we are or identified 2 locations on the eastern portion where we could create a barrier. So we are committed to building 2 wildlife crossings on the eastern portion of the project near Uno Lake and also by the California Aqueduct. So we're fully committed to those. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide, I just wanted to highlight because the authority has received some recent communication from stakeholders, some correspondence that indicates that we could do more for wildlife connectivity. And I think this graphic is really important because it further explains how wildlife movement comports or takes place out in Big Canyon, right? Again, Big Canyon being a section to this sensitive portion of the alignment that is at grade. What you see here is a Highway 14 on the left-hand side. And then on the green line, it is our alignment at grade. And then the blue line towards the middle of the picture is our bridge. Underneath the bridge is the Santa Clara River. Those yellow squiggly lines are is the wildlife movements that we have documented based on a number of assessments, consultation with the agencies, our own observations. There's been an extensive level of research for wildlife connectivity. And what it shows is that a lot of the east-west movement at the top of the picture is near Agua Dulce, and we are going to be under tunnel at that alignment. And then in the middle of the picture, Santa Clara River. You see a lot of other yellow lines and arrows that indicates that there is a lot of wildlife movement, which you would suspect that makes sense because that's going through the channel, which we will be avoiding. The other important line that I wanted to show here is the one that seems to run parallel north and south next to Highway 14, which appears to indicate that Highway 14 is a barrier to wildlife movement. We have been coordinating with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We are coordinating with Caltrans. We understand the need to conduct enhancements, but I wanted to highlight that our evaluations, our assessments indicate that our alignment does not cause a barrier to wildlife movement in Big Canyon. However, because we understand it's such an important topic, we are committed, and you will find it in the environmental document in the MMEP, a commitment for the authority to convene a working group with Caltrans and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to explore ways to find ways to enhance wildlife connectivity in the area. So we're going to be meeting with CDFW and Caltrans. We may expand it to other stakeholders in the area to be able to work at a regional level to find ways to enhance wildlife connectivity. Let's go to the next step or next slide, I'm sorry. Parks and Recreation, again, another super important resource out here. What you see on the graphic is several red dots, which indicate the number of parks and open space resources that we evaluated. Again, the great majority of those resources are being avoided as part of or due to the fact that we're going to be going under tunnel. Some of the most critical or significant ones, and I think, Justin, this is animated. If you could maybe click one more. We're avoiding the Pacific Crest Trail. If you could click once more. The Angeles National Forest and the San Gabriel Mountains, also a major recreational and open space and park area that we are avoiding fully. And one more, Hansen Dam and the Tuhanga Ponds. And the photo on the left is the Hansen Dam. But I want to recognize we do also have, without mitigation, we would have impacted land station, which is also an open space resource in Big Canyon. So let's go to the next slide. So this slide covers Big Canyon Land Station and open space. It is 208 acres. Again, I mentioned we are at grade, so there will be impacts there. However, we are mitigating. We're working with the city of Santa Clarita. We're looking forward to our continued interaction with the city of Santa Clarita to further minimize those impacts. There's a lot of opportunities out here to further reduce those impacts. Let's go to the next slide. Now, just going to cover quickly the unavoidable and significant adverse impacts that even after we did these additional refinements, we still have some residual impacts both under NEPA and CEQA. Let's go to the next slide. And the first one is transportation. Given the magnitude of this project, of course, trucking of spoils and construction, it is an impact that we have found that is significant, particularly because of the trucking resulting from the hauling up spoils because of so much excavation is going to take place. We're including 6.8 million cubic yards that need to be going off-site for disposal. So we're very mindful of those. We went back again to the drawing board, tried to identify additional measures to further reduce impacts. So we'll be having limitations of trucking during peak hours, as well as in residential areas. We don't want trucking in residential areas. So we'll be placing that as a requirement for the contractor. But these are temporary impacts, and the long-term effect is that we will be removing, as part of the implementation of high-speed rail, we'll be removing thousands and thousands of vehicles from the roadway network. Let's go to the next one. Air quality is the next one. Again, we're going to have some exceedances that will be temporary. We have about 6 years planned for construction, so not all those exceedances are going to take place at the same time and all throughout. Again, they will be temporary. We have committed to require the contractor to use 2020 model years for the trucks. And the implication here is that going forward, the technology and the engines are going to get cleaner and cleaner, but we wanted to have a strong baseline. So that hence the 2020 model year, and also minimal goals for construction equipment, tier 4 final. Again, temporary constructions and the ultimate benefits with implementation of high-speed rail is just going to be dramatic in terms of those benefits to air quality, reduction of greenhouse gases, and also the benefits on the health of our communities. Go to the next one. Construction noise. Again, we're going to be going to tunnel. So most of the construction noise is going to be avoided, but we do have some exceedances. So we are committed to working with in the areas where we're impacting them with the contractor and the local jurisdictions to have restrictions on nighttime construction activities. Again, the trucking, making sure that they're not going to go to the residential areas. And we also will be looking at implementing temporary noise barriers. Next. The next one is actually also noise, but for operations. Again, the great majority of the impacts are going to be avoided due to the fact that we're going in tunnels. But there will be some exceedances for noise, particularly in the area near Burbank. So we will be imposing or working with contractor to make sure that we have noise mitigation. We're going to determine if permanent noise barriers will be feasible and work on other measures such as insulation. Let's go to the next slide. This is paleontological resources, again, because we're going to be going in tunnel. This is a resource that we will not be able to fully avoid. We'll be employing the expertise of a specialist on paleontological resources who's going to help us devise the best strategy to minimize those impacts. And we're going to have a monitoring and mitigation plan associated with that. Working with the contractor to make sure that there's an awareness in the construction personnel about these important resources. Go to the next one. And then visual impacts, again, greatest majority of the impacts is going to be avoided due to the fact that we are on underground, but there will be some areas where we're going to be at grade or we're going to be going on viaduct. So screening, aesthetic treatments, landscaping, recontouring, those will be measures that we are committing to undertake here. And the next slide is the last one, I believe. Wanted to highlight the importance and all the hard work with the federal partner agencies and some our other public agencies. We have received all the permits that we need to have to complete the final environmental document, including the biological opinion, the general conformity determination. One that I really wanted to highlight, and I also wanted to give a big shout out to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and EPA. It is the NEPA 404-408 integration process, where the Army Corps of Engineers and EPA concurred that SR 14A is the preliminarily least environmentally damaging practicable alternative, which totally aligns with what we're bringing before you. I cannot thank the Army Corps of Engineers more, as well as EPA. Again, they were instrumental in identifying the potential impacts on Una Lake and recommending another alternative, which is what we're bringing before you here today. So with that, thank you so much for your time. Donna?
I am back.
Can we just interrupt for a moment and ask a couple of questions from, yes, sir, if you could move back up. Director Camacho.
Actually, I'd like to ask questions relating to the tunnel and build alternatives, going back to page 9.
Yeah.
You talk about the benefits of tunneling and the need for it. And you talk about, but then you go on to mention the risks of tunnel construction is hydrogeologic and geologic. Are those hydrostatic issues that you're talking about? And those risks, can you measure those risks or quantify them?
They are hydrostatic in nature, but we certainly can dig into that and provide some additional information for tomorrow, if that would be helpful. On the pressures and the tunneling and the construction risks.
The tunneling through those areas, they've never been a tunnel through there before. We have a different elevation at Palmdale coming down to Burbank.
Mhm.
So is it the depth that we're going to be, what is the depth that we're going to be tunneling at?
We're going to be tunneling at a maximum depth of around 2,100 feet, but an average depth of more around 700 feet.
Does that cause some of the hydrostatic issues that you're referring to?
It does, but it is something that we can design around and we have taken into consideration at this first preliminary engineering design.
My experience with tunneling goes back to the channel from England to France. And I visited that several times during construction. And they certainly had hydrostatic issues as well. But I guess what we're looking at, anything can be built, but everything cost. And I'm trying to understand the cost related, that, is that part of the risk that you talk about?
It is part, tunneling does, construction of tunnelings, does include some risk in both, when we look at the construction methods alone, tunnel boring machines, along with the hydrostatic pressures. These are translated then into the costs of the tunnel that you see on the cost line.
How do we measure that risk though?
It's actually part of our development of the cost for the project sections. There are separate costs or risk parameters put for each one of the cost categories. Tunneling and structures having a higher cost risk than some of the other categories.
Do we have any new, and Brian, I don't know, if maybe this is something that we've not seen before, but do we have updated costs relating to those tunneling?
Specifically on the tunneling elements, we have to go through some of the analysis that's in the document. The document does include a sort of an apples to apples comparison with the cost estimate for this section that was in the draft environmental document released in 2023, and it's updated in this document here, and it includes some of that analysis that's been done in between. And so that's what we have, but I can ask the team to dig in deeper and find out specifically the risk elements tied to the tunneling piece. The other thing just about tunneling that I just want the board to be mindful of is that, as was mentioned in the presentation, tunneling is the only way to connect Northern and Southern California through this region and meet our time requirements that are required by law. So I just want to make sure that it's very difficult to avoid tunneling through this region in all manner, and impossible to do it and meet our time requirements under the bond.
What I guess I'm referring to is the costs associated with that tunneling, realizing we're mandated by Prop 1A to meet the timeframes. And we're always in the process of seeking new funds. I'm trying to get a number that we can quantify to say, this is really what it's going to cost. And I'm not sure that we have that.
What I can tell you is that our risk team, our project management oversight group, work closely with the environmental team to go through the cost elements of this. We did an apples to apples using the same budget year that was in the draft environmental document for the description that's in this presentation on the cost issues. I'll also remind the board that in the business plan, all the business plans, but even the most recent one for this segment, we had a rather wide cost estimate range, from a low of something like 12 billion to a high of something like 24 billion.
Yes.
And as you see, we're coming in at the 22.5 on this particular draft. We are at the higher cost range of this. That is because of the tunneling elements. And so I guess my short answer is those risks are incorporated in the higher end of the cost estimate for this segment. There's no doubt that both in Southern California and in Northern California, where we have extensive tunneling, those are the most expensive stretches that we have, both between the Bay Area and the Central Valley and the Pacheco Pass, and here in the Southern California region. But again, the analysis I think is solid. It's been done. We'll update for even more current year as we go forward. And obviously, the longer it takes to build, the more expensive it'll be. But we have done I think, a solid analysis, and I can have the team provide that analysis to you specifically.
The only comment I'd like to leave it with is, in the report, there's a reference to risk, different issues, but the risk is never quantified or identified as it's going to cost us this much, or these are the problems that are associated. So I will ask questions as it relates to the risk that you refer to that is unquantifiable or at least not identified. Thank you.
Thank you.
But is that risk incorporated in your estimate of cost? Is as best as you could incorporate risk cost, is that included in your estimate of what the cost of the project is?
Yes, we do. We have the risk in low, medium, and high categories incorporated into the cost categories, along with an allocation for unallocated risks, unknown risks. And so there's a little set aside for that also in the cost estimate.
Okay, thank you. And is the cost estimate, is that in year of expenditure, or is that the cost estimate as it would be today?
It's the same year of expenditure that was utilized in the estimate for the draft environmental document
Okay.
that was released in 2023. As we get to the 2025 business plan and business plans beyond that, we'll have to escalate going forward as long as it's not funded and constructed. You'll have to continue to push it up for escalation purposes. But we tied it to what was in the estimated draft document.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, question. Just on
Director
the
Andrews.
topic of tunneling and then. So, Ryan, you meant 1A, and I know we mentioned the constraints about Prop 1A a lot, and for those who haven't heard earlier explanations earlier on in the project, it would help, I think it would help the public to understand what that actually means and how, because there's a question, well, why don't we just change the law? If we need to make this more cost effective, why is that not as easy as it sounds?
I'll give my best.
Counselor.
So yeah, thank you. So in 2008, when the voters of California approved the original Bond Act to start funding and really set the state on a path to build high-speed rail in California, they certainly wanted to make sure it was going to be high-speed rail. And so the Bond Act itself asked the authority to build and design, build and operate a project capable of meeting travel time requirements. High-speed rail, obviously, one of the great benefits of it is you can go long distances much faster than you can in a car or traditional rail. So there are specific segments in the Bond Act. One of them is downtown San Francisco to downtown Los Angeles that have to meet certain time requirements. And so this system is designed to meet time requirements of about 2 hours and 40 minutes between downtown San Francisco, designed in a nonstop train to downtown Los Angeles, the LA Union Station. And that's in the law approved by the voters. So the reason it's not so simple to change that law, if you're going to go and change those requirements, the first thing is, are you still building high-speed rail? Or are you building something else? And then secondly, to change it, you have to go back to the voters and ask them to approve the change because the initial time requirement was approved by the voters. So those are some of the challenges. Now, as a practical matter, the system will be designed at that time requirement. However, operating the system there will be stops between San Francisco and LA. And so I think our nonstop operating time or our operating time in practice, which we've been clear about in business plan, is about the 3-hour mark in actual operations on the fastest speed. So that's just, those are things, I think it's 3 hours and 5 minutes, 3 hours and 6 minutes. But again, designed to go to.
Thank you. So just a question about the tunneling itself. So as it comes through the San Gabriel, like a lot of the focus on the description of the tunneling has been the number of miles essentially through the mountains. But as it emerges from the mountains, it does continue underground for what length, what distance does it continue underground through San Fernando and Pacoima until it emerges just before it gets to the station? How many miles is that? Before it hits San Fernando Boulevard, I think. Right?
Not very many. The tunnel emerges in Pacoima, then we have a trench section, some at-grade locations that are grade separated, which Mr. McPhail will speak to. But then we go into the tunnel as we approach the Burbank station, which is a shorter tunnel to reach the underground station at Burbank.
And so, but during the construction, and I think we'll get to this maybe in the next speaker, I think is going to be talking about some of the EJ stuff. So during that construction where you're tunneling underground underneath a very highly densely populated area, roads that'll be impacted by moving, we haven't done this in California in a long time in terms of building subway systems and things like that. But that's effectively what we're talking about, right? We're talking about some major construction under highly populated area between the base of the San Gabriels into the airport.
Not really.
No?
If
Okay.
if we show the next few slides, you'll see exactly where we come out of tunnel and we're aligning with MetroLink, and I can show you through the next few slides what that looks like.
Okay,
So-
I knew we were gonna get to that,
And
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt the discussion.
No, yeah.
Let's talk about that area because it is a very important area to us and one that we highlighted in its own section for
Okay,
that part.
Please go forward.
So yeah, if we could go back to the last part of the presentation.
Question?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I just want to make it clear in my own mind and in the public's mind what we're talking about here in terms of the tunneling costs. So the overview is we're looking at 31 to 38 miles total. Of that, how much is tunnel? How many miles of tunnel? 20, 18,
30.
30? Okay, so 30 for $22.5 billion. So we're looking at something a little less than a billion a mile of tunneling. I just want to make sure that we understand what we're talking about here in terms of cost. Second, back on to the wildlife movement issue. How many miles was the wildlife movement studied? What from what point to what point, and how many miles would that be?
Yeah, we undertook the study for the whole alignment.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, we did the study for the whole alignment, right? From the Palmdale section to Pacoima. And we found some areas where there was no wildlife movement areas, right, of high sensitivity, because they may be urbanized areas. We were able to identify the portion near Una Lake where that was,
No, I'm just looking at the number of miles. That's all.
well,
For the
again, that was
cross-
38 miles or so.
You looked at the whole 38
Yes.
miles. And so
Yes,
there are
correct.
only, you towed 2 crossings in 38 miles that were found to be necessary.
Yes, that's what we identified, but please keep in mind that the authority also has a practice to include other wildlife connectivity features.
I guess I'm not making
Depending-
myself clear. Of the 38 miles, I mean, there aren't wildlife crossings in sort of the more
Yeah,
urbanized
80% is tunnel or viaduct, 83% to be more exact.
Okay, I'll talk to you up because I'm not feeling like I'm getting. what-
Can I try to help Lynn just on the answers? I think this is the 38-mile segment, the combination of bridges, cut and cover and regular tunnel. It's about 32.5 miles, actually, all of it, that are on it, that where there's no issue with migration because it's
Can
tunnel.
you talk into the mic? 'Cause
Yeah. So that leaves what, 5.5 miles where there's some kind of a service. Some of that is urban. And so that's reduced even further. What you're seeing on the map right there, which is a at-grade section in the green and a blue elevated structure to deal with the wildlife crossing issues there. I believe that segment there is approximately 1.5 miles or somewhere around that.
Just about.
And that's the key wildlife mitigation spot that we're addressing in the section.
Thanks, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. Yeah, regarding, what type of outreach or assistance did those who actually build tunnels have in this analysis for us? And the purpose of my question is, I'd hate to see down the road when we actually bring people on to construct the tunnels, that they say, why did you do it this way? It's gonna cost you more money and take more time. So what was the involvement of the tunneling experts in the world in this design?
Our engineering team, has expertise in tunneling in Europe, in Spain. We also looked at some information from tunnels in Switzerland, Austria, along with some of the larger tunnels that have been constructed here in the United States. We do intend to do additional outreach or work with the tunneling industry as we move into the next phase of design, once we complete this preliminary engineering, and then as we go into preparation for construction. So we have a lot of coordination and outreach planned as we move forward. This is a 15% design, so.
Okay, so the tunneling industry had input into this or have not yet?
We have not formally outreached yet, but we do want to outreach as we move forward in the design.
Okay. So if there are issues with respect to, we could save time, we could save money, we still have the opportunity in design to deal with that.
Yes, that's the comment. Of course, this is the environmental stage, right?
Right.
Where we're at a high level, and while we have locations and depths and things like that, we are not here determining methods,
Right.
means and methods to do this stuff. That's still to come.
Mhm.
And we're looking to have industry outreach as we go forward in advanced design to
Okay.
do those things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move forward now.
Okay. I'm going to talk about grade separations and environmental justice and how they relate, or maybe they don't relate, but in this particular project section, there is a connection. So I'll talk a little bit about how that's connected in the San Fernando Valley, as was raised. But I first want to talk about what is a grade separation for the public. We've all been at a train crossing where the car has to stop for the train. Grade separation is just that, separating that car from the train. In this particular project section, we are required to grade separate the entire alignment to achieve the speeds that we're at over 200 miles per hour. It improves safety. They're necessary for safety. They increase the speed and reduce noise for the public because there's no longer a whistle requirement. It, of course, decreases congestion at those intersections. So they are an important part of this particular project section. The next slide, very quickly, I'm going to show you there's only one grade separation in the northern portion of this project section in the Palmdale area at Avenue S. The important grade separations I want to spend some time talking about on the next slide are in the San Fernando Valley. So as you can look at the map on the left, you'll see that we're coming out of tunnel on our preferred alternative on the left side of that map. And we're joining the Metrolink right of way where we're above ground. So the purple, the fuchsia color is where we're underground, and we're coming out of tunnel in the Pacoima area, and we'll be along the Metrolink alignment for about 4 miles where we start going back into tunnel to be at the Burbank station. So the map on the right shows more specifically how the grade separations will work. As we come out of the tunnel portal at Montague Street, we'll need to grade separate Branford. And then we join that Metrolink alignment at Sheldon, where there's an existing Metrolink grade separation. We will be grade separating and right next to it. We will be grade separating Tuxford for both Metrolink and the authority. We need to actually close Penrose, which is right where I-5 kind of curves. You kind of lose the color on the map on the screen, but we'll need to close Penrose because that's when we're starting to go back into tunnel. So we'll be more in a trench in that particular area, but we'll have to close Penrose. And then at Olinda, we will be in our trench, grade separated over us, but Metrolink remains at line or at grade. So that's kind of the transition as we're coming out of the mountains and going back into that tunnel at the Burbank Airport. There are specific findings in this particular area that I want to cover. So on the next slide, and this is an EJ area with Pacoima and Sun Valley. as the environmental justice communities, and our team has been working with those communities over a long period of time, hearing from them, hearing concerns. So let's talk about some of the impacts to those communities. Pretty obvious, transportation impacts during construction, and that will include the community of Sylmar. These are impacts as related to the trucks that are on the roads from the tunnels, soils hauling, and well, as well, the construction of the grade separations themselves. There are air quality, there are air quality temporary impacts as a result of construction. It's not unusual during construction to have exceedances in NOx, nitrous oxides, as well as carbon monoxide, and that would be, we found in the Sun Valley area only, exceedances for the NOx and PM10. Permanent benefits, however, are from the greenhouse gas reductions of the project overall. I've got some more slides on the socioeconomic impacts because of the grade separations and some of the construction portals, as well as what we refer to as an adit, which I've learned is basically a place where we will have permanent access to the tunnels. We have to build in this location where we'll be able to access the tunnels. We have some adit areas, and I've got those on a map in a future slide, but these all require displacements of, well, not all of them, but many of them require displacements of businesses. So I'm going to show you a little bit about where those displacements are along the alignment in the San Fernando Valley. And then lastly, we'll talk a little bit about the noise impacts. There are construction noise impacts, as well as a permanent operational noise impact that we anticipate in the Sun Valley area. So we can go to the next slide, Justin. So let's look at if you look at this map on the right, where there are red dots, these are potential property acquisitions that would be needed. The northern or the top area is one of those adits that I referred to. And then as you get down into the San Fernando Valley and the Pacoima Sun Valley area, you'll see construction window. You'll see red dots associated with construction window. And then later in with the grade separation. So in the Pacoima area, depending on which adit we move forward with, there'll be 81 to 98 estimated business displacements, and in Sun Valley, approximately 68. So it's because of these business displacements that we really wanted to spend some extra time with this community. Let's look at the next slide so you can see the continuation on through the valley into the Burbank area. You can see there are a number of potential business displacements in the Burbank and Sun Valley area as we move into tunnel toward the Burbank airport. So on the next slide, in working with the community over time, we heard different things from the community, and we've identified measures that I'm going to refer to as 3 buckets. They do have some significance in the environmental document, but the first is avoidance measures. How can we avoid impacts to the community? And first and foremost, the community wanted a point person, a person that they can work with on issues. And so we have put into our avoidance measures the requirement that the authority and the contractor will have EJ ombudsmen. And these people will be dedicated to working with the community throughout the process on various aspects, noise, construction, transportation plans for the construction hauling, aesthetic treatments. These people will be dedicated to that community, not just a phone number where the community can call, but actually dedicated to working with the community throughout the process. And I'll talk a little bit about that. For the business displacements, we have a measure for business spotlighting, not just for the displacements, just for the construction impacts as well. Because as we're constructing, we might have detours. We'll be working with impacted businesses to make sure that they're able and they have the tools to communicate with their customers that we're still open. Here's how to get to us. Here's what's happening. So we'll work with those businesses to spotlight and help them minimize the impacts. We also have, as I mentioned, with the EJ Ombudsman, we'll be working with communities on aesthetic treatments. to if they particularly want to put a mural, for example, on one of the grade separations, maybe we'll work and see if there's a local artist that we could work with. But that will be part of the ombudsman program, and that is a specific measure that we have defined. Of course, we will be working with businesses on relocation, and we have a team that will work on that. I have a few slides to talk about that process. Post construction, as we go to operations, we'll let the community know that that's happening and how they can access and our operations for a ride. And then we also put in a novel idea of a supplemental air quality monitoring system. These systems will help the community understand what's happening air quality wise in their community. It's not necessarily tied to anything that we're doing, but it gives the community an opportunity to monitor what's happening within their community. With respect to mitigation measures, that middle bucket, there are many mitigation measures that apply to these communities. Let me first say that for noise or construction, but these that I have here are specific to environmental justice communities. So the ombudsman will help put a construction phase noise mitigation plan in place. And I think I also forgot to mention that if we're not complying with our plans or we see any safety problems with the plans that we've put in place, the ombudsman will have a stop work authority. So if we're not following our commitment, the ombudsman will be able, on behalf of the community, to stop and fix these issues.
How's that? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I can just jump in and ask a question there. Is that all right?
Right.
I apologize for interrupting. I want to understand this a little bit better. But person will work. First of all, who selects the ombudsperson?
We would hire, the authority would plan to hire a person specifically for this, and then we're requiring the contractor to do that also. We would recruit from this area. I don't know that I could guarantee that the person would come from Pacoima or Sun Valley, but the purpose and the intent of those of us who drafted this would be that that person is a part of the community, becomes an integral part of that community, and there is a bilingual requirement for it.
Okay, and so then they would have the authority or responsibility for developing with the community a mitigation plan program. They'll be looking at the construction plans, the operation of the construction, helping the community understand what those impacts are going to be, and then putting in place certain measures if it deviates from that plan. And then you're saying they'll have a stop work order authority.
If we are not complying with the plans that we have put in place. So for example, there are various construction plans that are called for in our environmental document. And this person would specifically get feedback from the community on those plans and work to incorporate that. We would look at safety concerns, fugitive dust, noise, and traffic impacts from the construction. So throughout the process, not just a one-time, here's our plan, here's what it is. It would be intended to be a coordinated effort with the community to get feedback. And it specifically calls out not just LAUSD, but private and charter schools in the area, making sure that we're working with those schools to understand their traffic flows for pickup and drop off, and making sure that we put somebody there for flagging and safety and monitor what's happening with respect to parents and students trying to get to school.
And again, so the ombudsperson would report to the CEO. Is that right?
We haven't put that level of specificity. I think it could come from our regional office, from my office, so that it is a person in Southern California. This wouldn't be somebody that is envisioned to be at headquarters. Like I said, it's
Right,
not
yeah.
a number to call. It's a person.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I understand the importance of having those layers in there, but I think maybe speak for a couple of other members of the board that when you're in these communities and you're dealing with these issues, it's very important that there be regular communication and understanding it. For example, if it ever got to the point where an ombudsperson wanted to issue a stop work order, that seems to me that would be a very serious situation, and there'd probably be an incredible amount of pressure on that person to move forward with that. So it would be helpful to have the board, for example, have some visibility into that and understand that, because I suspect that it wouldn't just be the authority that's getting feedback about some of these issues. It would be local elected officials and other people. I mean, we'd be in a pretty serious situation. And I mentioned this, obviously, we're talking about this particular segment here, but again, it's not the only segment of the high-speed rail system that will go through an urban area. And so we got to get this right so that we're, having, a system that is working closely with the local community and paying attention to these impacts. This is, just it's like step and repeat for me. So that's why I think it's really important for us to understand what power this person has, what, we all understand how difficult this will be. It's one thing on paper to say, oh, but there's going to be an immense amount of pressure on this individual to ensure that these things are adhered to. So it's important that we have these steps, but also that this person is supported and there's a system in place to make sure that the person feels like they have, the support to be able to make these hard decisions. So as
It is totally our
through this
intention.
more,
Yeah.
yeah, and work out that, I appreciate, and and these questions are like not to be, doesn't minimize the extraordinary amount of work. I mean, I'll say that at the end, but I know that, but some of these things are really, really important to get right. So that as we build out this system and we are understanding these impacts that we're having on many of these communities, which is why I started asking questions about the tunneling. I mean, you mentioned it comes out of the San Gabriel, and then I'm from Silmar all the way through Pacoima to where it emerged. That's some distance. That's so I don't know how far beneath the surface that's going to be, how much vibrational impact, noise, traffic, moving, all that's going to be significant, right? I mean, would you agree?
We're above ground where we come out at Silmar, and we're going to be above ground
For that entire stretch
for that
until you connect to the
until we start going back down to go to Burbank.
Okay, that's okay.
So
I'm happy to take it offline, but that's not what's reflected in the interactive map that we have. It shows tunneling all the way from Silmar to where what is that, Montague?
and you can on the interactive map toggle. So most of the tunneling is on the north part. Where's a good map? I'm glad you're using the interactive map.
It's a great tool.
It is. It's a great tool. We use
know,
it too all the time.
While Director Williams is looking at that, I just want to say that this ombudsman, this procedure has been used by a lot of agencies in construction projects. So I think what we're looking for is to make sure we really use lessons learned in the Central Valley as we move down in this area and try to do it a little bit better in terms of minimizing disruption, figuring out how this ombudsman works, and maybe you bring it back to us in a year or whatever time period seems appropriate to talk that through a little more thoroughly.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to apologize to Director Williams. There is a portion in the northern part of Pacoima where we are in tunnel, and we come out of that tunnel at it's Brodus. I'm blanking on the name of the street, Bradford. So yeah, we are under tunnel. Our analysis has shown though, when we're in that tunnel, that there's not a vibration felt to the community. So that I guess is why I've kind of blanked out that part except where those adits are, which will be a construction impact, and where the tunnel window is.
All right, thank you, Director
Appreciate
Stusha.
that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I'm still on page 41, in terms of the middle bucket of mitigation measures and the actual authority that this EJ ombudsman would have. And I think we all agree that we do not want to create a paper tiger, but actually we want to have an EJ ombudsman who actually has authority. And yes, this person's got stop work authority, but my question is, how is that going to be enforced?
I think we can huddle and maybe come back to you with some suggestions to define a little bit more about that position. Right now, it is our intention that that person is not a scapegoat. But actually that person is in constant communication with like my regional office, and I can deal with whatever's happening that might be causing.
I know,
problems.
but you're giving this person's quote unquote stop work authority. That is a major remedy.
Mhm.
You know, and obviously, as Director Williams indicated, it does come with political consequences. So let's just argue for argument's sake. Is there a remedy available that doesn't go as far as stop work, but that somehow it's an intermediate remedy before you really pull the trigger on stop work? Have you analyzed that potential?
Let's talk about that. Let's have our team talk about that. I understand the implications, and it's certainly would be it wouldn't be a surprise to anybody that it's getting to a point. Hopefully we've resolved any issues that are coming up as they come up, and that this person is in continual conversation with leadership who is able to solve and resolve the issues that are
All
coming
right,
up.
so let's assume this person is it's in continuous conversation with you, with a Southern California office, even with the CEO in Northern California. And this person decides, you know what, I'm just going to issue a stop work authority. Bam. What happens? So all work stops? I mean, does this person actually have the authority to stop the work, or does it have to go, say, into the courtroom, into a courthouse and get some legal backing to enforce the stop work authority?
Well, and we can put some more definition. Does our legal counsel want to talk? Because there are some definitions as to stop work on certain items.
Well, I
that
really
would be
do
key
hope that
items.
you do that, LaDonna,
Yeah.
because ultimately then this ends up being an illusory promise. And these communities get sacrificed a lot for the benefit of whatever, modern transportation routes. But the communities get sacrificed. I lived in front of a chain link fence courtesy of the Pomona Freeway all my life. And let me tell you, those communities never recover. So if you're really going to go down the path of an EJ ombudsman and giving them this incredible authority of stop work authority, it better be real, not some false promise.
Thank you. Oops.
You're right.
I'll introduce myself first. My name is Minming Wumori. I serve as the authority's environmental attorney, and I've been working together with the team here on Palmdale-Burbank for the past few years. So Director Escucia and Director Williams, thank you for your really good questions on the EJ Ombudsman. I would reiterate what Director LaDonna DiCamillo has said about the team coming back and giving you more details. But one thing to keep in mind is at this environmental stage, the environmental laws under CEQA and NEPA require that the commitments that are made and that are proposed, we provide high-level performance metrics for those commitments, but then the details of those commitments may be determined in the future. So what you're hearing today are some of those high-level performance metrics that are in the proposed mitigation monitoring plan that the board would adopt if you adopt this project. And so if you adopt it, then they are binding commitments on the authority for the future ombudsman position. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that helps. Sorry if I can jump in, sorry.
No, it's okay if they're.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That helps.
Director Shank.
Thank
Oh.
you. I understand these are high-level metrics and there's a lot of work yet to be done. But I hope that the staff that will be working on this appreciates the depth of commitment expressed by my colleagues, but expressing it, I think, for myself and for other members of the board. This is something of great interest to us. We want it to be real. We want it to be very, very real. A quick question. What is the thinking now that this ombudsman's, where is it for the whole segment of Palmdale to Burbank, or is it just for a certain section? It's for the whole section.
Sure. The draft measure that is currently in the mitigation measure plan says that it is for all environmental justice communities that are identified in the Palmdale to Burbank project section. So the entire project section and any environmental justice communities so that is defined as communities that are either substantially minority or substantially low income, either or. And this ombudsman would be for the Palmdale to Burbank project section.
So again, just to echo, underline and emphasize how important this is to all of us. It's going to be a big job, and one person's going to have big shoulders, and a staff. It can't just be one person, because there are going to be issues that we sitting here today can't even imagine that will come up. So again, it's important to all of us.
Thank you, Director Shank.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask, I'm sorry. I know, and I appreciate the responses. I guess as we think about this further, it might be helpful for the board to see some examples of where this has been implemented in other projects anywhere in the country or world, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly in the US, just to have a better sense and an understanding of like how it actually gets done. And that way we can learn from those things and maybe even improve upon them.
Sure. We think that this is probably one of the more aggressive positions or measures among projects. The Environmental Protection Agency has applauded us for proposing this measure. I will say that examples, and the team will be able to provide them tomorrow, already exist on our own construction projects in Central Valley for environmental, just in general environmental. We do have, if there are significant environmental non-compliance measures, for example, with respect to endangered species, that those positions already exist. And just as the board has mentioned, there is a tremendous amount of pressure, on those positions as well.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Please go forward.
Okay, I think I was in the buckets. In the mitigation measures, as I noted, there are many mitigation measures that will help these communities, but these were mitigation measures specifically to the EJ community of Pacoima and Sun Valley in particular. And there are some potential permanent noise impacts that we will do another study once we begin construction and we have our equipment selected to be able to ascertain more specifically what the impacts are at that time. And again, this ombudsman would be intended to be constantly working with this community. So it is a big deal. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the third bucket, the offsetting measures. I want to make sure that we highlight some of the creativity that our team has come up with to respond to what we've heard from the community over time. They want a connection for the jobs and the opportunities. And so this particular offsetting mitigation measure is intended for connecting the community members through training programs, and because of the business displacement. So somebody who may have lost a job as a result of those business displacements would be put into a pipeline for construction jobs. We can't, of course, guarantee that they're going to work on our project, but we would be working with the various trade programs to put them into pre-apprentice programs. We have a community connectivity enhancement workshop where we would work with the community. When we did outreach, we heard a lot about bike paths and, you know, making sure that the bike paths that they have now in their plans are kept whole. And of course, we have a mitigation measure that says, yes, that we will make sure that any work that we've done on a bike path is kept whole. But this measure is really more focused also on the connectivity of being able to get to those paths and making sure that we're not disrupting the community's ability to enjoy the connectivity of their community. We have some specific safety measures planned around Montague Street where we come out of tunnel because we did hear a lot about concerns at Montague Street near the tunnel portal. And we have a measure for at the intermediate window, because of the construction hauling impacts, we would have a special safety transportation management plan, of course, that would get feedback from the community. But we also want to specifically look at opportunities to possibly use a conveyor belt in that area. So instead of trucks and truck hauling, we could possibly use a conveyor belt to be able to reduce truck hauling, but also then some of the tunnel spoils would potentially be disposed of at the existing Boulevard mine, which has been closed, but it's an opportunity to turn that back into a usable space. So we would look at different ideas to around the schools in particular to avoid or to enhance the construction process. Okay, as been mentioned, next slide, has been mentioned that we have heard from EPA in a letter about they expressed appreciation for the collaborative efforts that we made, significant revisions to our plan throughout the process. We have done extensive community outreach, and these, as you're noting, these are kind of cutting edge ideas for the ombudsman. And they appreciate, EPA expressed appreciation that we've taken this effort on both the ombudsman as well as what we're doing on wildlife connectivity. But you can see from this quote that they're thinking that this could be a model for the rest of the United States with respect to the outreach plan and some of the ideas that have come out of that. Okay, I have just a few more slides to make sure that folks know. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about residential displacements. I've been talking a lot about business displacements. We have identified one potential residential displacement in the Sun Valley area. The majority of residential displacements, and there aren't very many, would be in the northern part in the Palmdale area. But for the most part, these are considered, with the businesses, it's not clear that they'll be able to relocate in their community. With the residents, there's enough residential properties identified that they could relocate within their community. So not a high adverse impact from this. Next slide. I appreciate that Director Williams has done an advertisement for our interactive website. We do have, and it is a great tool. So you can use the QR code here to go to that. It's meethsrsocal.org. And you can toggle between the different alignments. People can put in their address. They can see specifically if their address is identified in the interactive tool. Our staff uses it all the time because we get phone calls of, you know, is my property impacted? And this is a great way to show property proximity to the alignment. So
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at the interactive map also, but my question is, do you have a actual, say, photo of the communities that this alignment is going through that you could show us the houses that are being impacted, the businesses that are being impacted with the draft alignment through it?
The best I have is what we had with the red dots on it, that you can see where we come out of tunnel near the construction window. That's the best that I have in our slideshow.
And we have something by tomorrow, say, to show us, if you could do us an aerial overview of the areas that would hone in a little more on the houses and the businesses, and then draw our alignment through it so we can visually see what we're impacting. Kind of like what you
Sure.
did on the environmental around the hills, showing all the animals and plants that were being impacted.
Sure, we'll take a look at that. We do have a list of all the properties and their use, their zoned usage.
Mhm.
We'll expand on that a bit more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that. And then we do, of course, have a right-of-way process for acquisitions as they are necessary. We're required to follow the uniform relocation assistance. What I want to make sure that the public knows is that just because we've identified a property at this phase that might be necessary for acquisition, we have more design and development to do. And so we will be working, the first step before any acquisitions would happen, we would further our design and optimize our design. And we're always trying to look for ways to avoid property impacts or minimize them. And then we would go into an appraisal, an acquisition, or a relocation process. And there are actually some flyers or brochures, fact sheets out on the table as to how that process works. And of course, more information available on our website. The next slide, I think everybody knows at this point, at least those who are here, our environmental document was released in, one more slide, on May 24th. It is available on our website. It is also available, well, it was available at our Southern California office, but right now it's on the table outside. If people want to see a hard copy, it has been placed in libraries as well. We've notified the public through thousands really of mailers, as well as ads and other and e-blasts. So the public has been notified and has an opportunity to review the document. On the next slide, as Chairman Richards summarized at the beginning, this is a 2-day process, and we'll be taking more comment and getting more feedback on what the board is interested. And you're going to hear from the public too. So we'll consider what the public would like to hear more information on, and then we'll come back for day 2. In the closing, I do want to, and for day 2, there will be decision documents for you to consider. But I want to summarize a little bit of what we said, but really hit some highlights here. This particular project section, because of the tunnel, opens up the Antelope Valley to residents in the basin. So what could be an hour drive, and last I looked on an existing train travel time, an hour and a half. So it's currently not terribly accessible without those tunnels, and we could do it in an operation time of about 17 minutes platform to platform. So, and of course, it's an opportunity for our station development team to work with the communities of Palmdale and Burbank on transit-oriented development, which we're already starting on both ends of that. So it's really an opportunity to make that connection with actually the rest of California in a reasonable time. Obviously reducing greenhouse gases along the way, creating an economic engine. And in the end, we have, with the collaboration that we've had from the public and the agencies, staff is recommending this for approval as the environmentally preferred alternative. So with that, you can continue. Questions?
Director Shank?
Thank you. First of all, thank you. And this is an enormous amount of work on your part, your staff. It's just, or as the kids would say, ginormous amount of work. And I, for one, appreciate it. Just a quick question going back to slide 39, the business displacements. Donna, can you just give me a little bit more nuance here? What types of businesses, the small mom and pop or the small manufacturing, what type of businesses, what type of employees, what can we do for these specific employees? My dad was a tailor and had a small tailor shop, and his only employee was my mother. And they were displaced temporarily because of road work, but it really impacted our family, Nobody coming in meant no money coming in. So I'd like to get a better understanding of what kind of businesses and the people that are being displaced.
Of course, and we're going to come back tomorrow, I know, with more detail on, because we have actually listed these properties and the zoned usage for the properties, it's predominantly industrial. They're not, they may be mom and pop kind of businesses, maybe some of them. But industrial types of businesses, some of them having been there for a while. And it could be light manufacturing, it could be more on the manufacturing side. It's not a restaurant and or you know, that kind of, it's more on the industrial side, but we're gonna come back with a list of some of the businesses in that area so that you can see.
More specific measures about what we're doing for the individual employees that are going to be displaced.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I
Yes.
just had one. With respect to, and I know we're doing the 30,000 foot level now and more detail will come over the years, but if a home is actually, or someone is displaced from their home. Now, I know that we do, is it fair market value analysis of the property? So, and the question I'm trying to get to at the end is, do we give them full replacement value when they try to buy another home? Because it doesn't help to give them, say, $500,000 for a home that's going to cost them $1 million to replace the same thing somewhere else in the community. How do we deal with that?
You look like you're grabbing your mic.
Well, I mean, I might be a generalist on it. As a general matter, in the process of purchasing the property, we go through a evaluation issue, and you pay a fair market rate or value of the home. And then we also provide relocation assistance, and which is what we've done up and down the valley that you're probably most familiar with, where there's relocation assistance to get into a new property, but the payment for the property itself is the value of the property that we are taking for purposes of this project. And then again, provide allowed relocation assistance under the Uniform Relocation Act. State law.
Pick one or two of the houses that are on this alignment that may. And what in general we may pay for that home, and what would cost that family to relocate and buy that same home a mile down the road?
Yeah, we'll have someone from our real estate team here tomorrow. I do want to reiterate, there's one residential property in Sun Valley that was affected. So the majority of the properties that are affected are businesses, and we'll put that list together and we'll make sure that our real estate team talks about the process.
Thank you, Ms. DiCamillo. The entire team is to be congratulated. It's very clear the amount of work that you put behind this, and we probably still don't appreciate it all. But we know it's not easy, and it's an important part of the process. And I think you get a strong sense of those things that you've talked about that are important to the board also, and our commitment to move through every community with the least amount of impact possible on a very major infrastructure project. So thank you. With that, Mr. Kelly, have you got anything else you'd like to add?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
With that, we will now move to the second public comment period. And so I'm going to ask him, our secretary, to advise those people here and who are calling in what they need to do to make their comments at this point on the Palmdale to Burbank project section.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin public comment for agenda items number 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11, I would once again like to go over some important information. For members of the public who have joined us in person and wish to provide public comment, you will be called on in the order we received your card. If you are joining the meeting via Zoom and wish to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature located at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are dialing in by phone, pressing the number 2 will raise your hand and put you into our queue. Speakers will be called on in the order their hands are raised. Once you are in the queue and your name is called, please click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. If you are joining by phone, we will call on you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. At that point, you will hear a message that your phone is being unmuted. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to speak. I will remind you when you have 15 seconds remaining. When it is your turn to speak, please slowly and clearly say your first and last name, and if applicable, state the organization you are representing. Mr. Chair, we will begin with the in-person speakers. Our first speaker is Will Danlin, representing Monica Rodriguez.
Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, board members. My name is William Dolan, Planning Deputy for Los Angeles City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, representing the 7th Council District. Councilwoman Rodriguez has submitted a comment letter in response to the final EIR that should be available for the board's review. The refined alternative SR 14 better addresses critical concerns about the project's impact on the foothills of our community. There remains important impacts to consider around Portal 9 that need to be addressed. In summary, the commercial industrial acquisitions in the Sun Valley area will cause job loss. HSR must ensure workforce development programs include skill sets both for construction trades as well as for office work and other skill sets the community can use to transition from jobs that will be lost in property acquisitions. HSR must include industrial zoned homes near the industrial area that was mentioned, the construction site around Portal 9, in the Uniform Relocation Assistance Mitigation Program as well. HSR must include neighbors to develop haul routes and community improvements. HSR must consult with agencies and stakeholders that are going to be vying for laydown areas and haul routes on overlapping infrastructure projects as well as transportation projects that are going to be taking place in similar time periods. You know, that's a major concern for us. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Councilwoman Marcia McLean, representing the city of Santa Clarita.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Richards and board. I'm Councilwoman Marcia McLean from Santa Clarita, and I'm also the current chair of the San Fernando Valley COG. I'm also a director of North County Transportation Coalition, JPA, and a longtime member of SCAD's Transportation Policy Committee. And I'm sad to tell you that the final EIR-EIS has serious deficiencies as it lacks a comprehensive study on the real impacts the preferred alignment would have to Santa Clarita and also to the communities of Pacoima and San Fernando. As it was included in the city's comment letter, we have advocated for nearly a decade for a completely underground alignment. And as there have been advances made to underground areas that were originally proposed, there's still some above ground that needs some serious consideration. It is critical that the board consider a completely underground alignment in an effort to mitigate the irreversible impacts to recreational amenities, natural resources, and wildlife in the area. And Ms. DiCamillo stated that you're always looking for ways to minimize impacts. Well, you have an opportunity. There are significant costs associated with undergrounding a segment of this preferred alignment that you're speaking about. However, the minute amount of money that would be added to the billions that you're already spending would make your job a lot easier, and it could go faster, and it could save you a ton of money for in order to help save the wildlife corridor. And we understand that you're elevating over the river, Santa Clara River. However, when the train comes out of a tunnel at the speed that it's going to be going, wildlife cannot survive, and neither can the endangered species. Thank you. We do have a comment letter that we submitted to you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If the council member had anything further to say, could we hear that?
I'm sorry, what?
I was just saying, if you had anything further to add, I'd like to hear.
Oh, thank you so much. I was just talking about the mitigations that were being offered. And if you're going to have a sound wall for the birds, we're not concerned so much for the birds. We're concerned about the Santa Clara River and the federally endangered species. And we just want to say that the board really needs to study the impacts of the Soledad Canyon mining project because it is a true reality. It's stated that it is not, however, it is. And it would be negligent of the authority to approve this EIR EIS without a study on the mining project's impacts to the preferred alignment, given the proximity and persistent blasting for 20 consecutive years. That will undoubtedly undermine not only the integrity of your high-speed rail, but the subsurface of Bee Canyon. And as we have in the past, we look forward to working with you to come to equitable solutions for all of us. Thank you so much for giving me the extra time. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks for being here.
Our next speaker is Anne Marie Otey, representing LAOC Building Trades.
Good morning, and
Good
thank
morning.
you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Anne Marie Otey, representing 150,000 men and women who are the skilled union members who have been on the job already in the Central Valley. We represent Los Angeles and Orange counties. We are especially excited and interested in the fact that you have made it down to our territory. It's been more than 10 years, of course, since we signed the project labor agreement that mandates our union workforce standards on this project. And with your announcement recently of the 10,000th job that was created through the work in the Central Valley, we are especially glad to see our brothers and sisters working on this. But now it is our time for our opportunity here. We hear very, very strongly the concerns both on the engineering and on the environmental justice side. Can't speak too much to the engineering, but I can speak to people about people like operating engineers, our operating engineers local 12, one of the many union locals that will help build this, along with places like with our locals like IBEW local 11 and many others. What I can tell you about operating engineers local 12 is that they opened their applications in April online for the very first time, as opposed to in person. They received 10,000 applications in 10 minutes. We have people ready, eager, willing to join our building trades to do this work. We have seen the huge increase in building trades employment, again, in the poverty-stricken areas of the Central Valley. But believe me, we have these issues and concerns here as well. We are working very hard on diversity in the trades, on apprenticeship recruitment through our Apprenticeship Readiness Fund. And the main thing is, again, you make the decisions along with your very able staff about where we build. We will be more than ready to build it safely and effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alton Wilkerson, representing IBEW Local 11.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, board members. Alton Wilkerson, IBEW Local 11 Electricians Union. Just here to speak in favor of this project. I heard a lot of the concerns, and hopefully that is done right, you know, with the engineering and the environmental impact as well. But careers like this is careers that start jobs. Well, they actually start careers, not jobs, right? Something like myself, I was on a solar project that was a 3-month project, and I've been in my trade 15 years now. So a career, a project like this will start a lot of careers in our area. I actually live in the Antelope Valley, and this is something that would be huge for us because if anybody else in here lives in the Antelope Valley, you know, it's a little bit cheaper to live up in that area. So our population is growing quite a bit up there. So it's caused quite a bit of traffic. So something like this would definitely increase our ability to get down to this area a lot faster, and also create time for us to spend with our families as well. And I know how much that's important to me. So hopefully that you guys would consider moving forward with this project, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Cindy Bloom, representing SAFE. Well, you're on.
Welcome, Ms.
Hi.
Bloom.
Okay, I'm Cindy Bloom. So I assume you all read the 14,000 pages? No? How about 7,000 pages? 3,000, 1,000? Well, if you didn't, you should not approve this EIR. Oh, by the way, Prop 1A was barely approved by voters based on a $33 billion budget, not a $128 billion budget. So I'm only going to talk about the truck hauling spoils, including hazardous materials from the tunnels. Curiously absent from the DIR was a calculation totaling truck trips and truck miles, and for good reason. Because if they had, readers would be horrified to learn that there will be 4.9 million truck round trips. I took it upon myself to calculate the trips and miles. Although I wasn't sure if I was correct or not, I was both pleased and horrified to read in the EIR the estimated total number of one-way and round trip trucks is correct. My question was, why does the authority believe 4.9 million round trip truck trips is acceptable? Their answer was that it would be, over a number of years, which is 6.4. So that means there will be an average of 766,000 truck trips per year. Factoring in weekends, holidays, et cetera, it comes to 3,700 trips per day and over 21,000 trips per week. A third grader would know this volume of additional vehicles would impact traffic. The authority downplayed this by scheduling trucks during off-peak hours and an outreach program. You heard that right, an outreach program. But don't you worry, because they'll just take away on-street parking to make room. Of the 11 roadway segments identified for hauling, 9 fail.
15 seconds remaining.
Another issue is construction workers commuting to work sites adding traffic. Solution, they can walk, bike, and take public transit to work. How many miles will these 4 million truck trips cover? 242,836 400 miles. That's 1,000 one-way trips to the moon, 3 one-way trips to the sun. It would go around the Earth's equator 9,800 times. 4.9 million truck trips and 242,836 400 miles. In what universe are these acceptable?
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacqueline Iyer, representing. Thank you very much. I was trying to make out that top part. No worries at all.
A little space to write a lot of words.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is
Repeat again what you're representing.
I'm with the Acton Town Council, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Save Our Rural Town. My name is Jacqueline Ayer, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Acton Town Council and Save Our Rural Town. Both the Acton Town Council and SORT greatly appreciate the manner in which the final EIR concurred with public comments that, in particular in the community of Acton, that existing drainage courses in rural areas must be preserved and remain unaltered by high-speed rail construction and operations. And we are committed to collaborating with the authority engineers on the implementation of these mitigation measures during the final design and construction phases. It is also appreciated how the EIR recognized that the intersection of Crown Valley Road and Antelope Woods Road is a very sensitive intersection in the community due to its proximity to the local middle school and freeway ramps. A lot of the trucks will be coming out from pulling out spoils because of the construction area right there that will be going on in that area. It is, however, critical to point out that one of the mitigation measures offered in the EIR must not be implemented in Acton. Specifically, the mitigation measure that adds traffic signals to affected unsignalized intersections. The installation of urban infrastructure such as traffic signals is an anathema to our community, and it is precluded by every county plan and land use document adopted for Acton. So this particular mitigation measure cannot be implemented in Acton, and we ask that other mitigation measures be substituted. We also appreciate the acknowledgement that the high-speed rail project will create significantly adverse and unmitigable noise impacts in Acton and will also adversely affect historic and cultural resources. It is noted that these impacts are eliminated by the preferred alternative, which places the high-speed rail route underground in our community. Therefore, we urge you to reject all alternatives that have above-ground elements within the community of Acton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Kelly Decker, representing the Safe Coalition.
Good morning, Ms. Becker.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Decker. I'm representing the Safe Coalition. Stefan showed you a map a little bit ago with yellow stars and proclaimed that you managed to avoid impacts to the Angeles National Forest. That is a lie. Your EIR features hundreds and hundreds of pages that detail the impacts to the Angeles National Forest, and I'm talking about surface impacts to the forest floor. You should at least read those before you vote to approve this route. Mr. Camacho, you asked about hydrostatic risks of tunneling. Your chief engineer couldn't answer your questions. We asked a team of engineers from Stanford to look at the EIR. They submitted 20 pages as part of public comment in which they delineated their serious concerns with these tunneling plans. Every answer that your team gave to their questions was, the contractors will investigate that and figure it out during the build phase. That 1585 plan is not acceptable. Ms. Miller, you mentioned lessons learned in the Central Valley. I have been to the Central Valley and met with people whose homes you took and condemned and then later discovered you didn't even need because your 1585 design plan failed to know actually where the route was going to be. The 1585 plan that shifts the burden onto contractors to figure out the majority of this project is not acceptable for a project of this scope and this technical difficulty tunneling through the Angeles National Forest and encountering serious active fault zones. Please, please don't rely on this quick overview when you've got thousands of pages that raise serious concerns that need to be addressed before you vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shannon McGinnis as a stakeholder.
Good morning,
Good
board
morning.
members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Shannon McGinnis, and I'm representing the stakeholders of Cagle Canyon that couldn't make it here today. One of my major concerns is the timeline that you have started with have deviated greatly from, and now I'm wondering, what is your anticipated start date for right-of-way acquisition? What is your anticipated start date for construction? And will construction start in Palmdale or Burbank or both? Once again, I'm representing the stakeholders from Cagle Canyon that couldn't make it here today. We're still very concerned and very committed to this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Pasil. Yes, that might be it. My apologies.
Good morning and welcome.
I am Catherine Paula. I'm representing SAFE also. I also live in Cagle Canyon, like the last two speakers. We are partly surrounded by national forests. I feel that this document is premature. In other words, it's choosing to use 2016 as a baseline for all of its projections for population growth, taxes, school attendance, and housing that might have appeared reasonable for 2016. But by the time some funding comes for this project, it's not reasonable at all. And I'm very concerned about displaced people. I suggest that you take a ride while you're here down San Fernando Road and look at the places that will be displaced and the people. I have not noticed any good community connectivity that I've been hearing about so far. How do you work with a community that is already somewhat impoverished and not able to, and often immigrants who are not necessarily able to communicate with the people who are coming in? And how do you draw your new employment from that too, which is suggested? We're told that there won't be enough other housing in the area, therefore, and
15
I'm
seconds.
quoting, that there might be relocation with nearby communities that are more, if they were more affordable, they're not more affordable. because they're all more affordable. They're all higher communities.
That's time.
So I'm concerned by the time this comes about, we're not talking about reality at this point. As far as wildlife, and we're going to have a biologist, just as there was this contractor who was going to be in charge of everything. The biologist's job is going to be surveying wildlife, preparing and enforcing relocation for buffers for amphibians and reptile species. Are going to be overseeing plant restoration, seed storage for special status plants, monitoring all ground disturbing activities, preparing monthly and annual reports. I can't imagine anyone being able to do all those things, although I'm assuming we have many different environments that they're going to have to work with.
If
Desert,
I may, could you try
forests,
to wrap it up in like the
wetlands.
next 30 minutes
Right.
or 30 seconds, please?
Out of time.
That was a slip on my tongue, wasn't intended to be funny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Our-
you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Eli Littman, representing Move LA.
Good morning, sir.
All right, good morning, good morning. Hi, Eli Littman, clearly from LA. We are a advocacy organization that works on affordable housing, public transportation. We're most well known for building the coalition to pass Measure R and Measure M here in LA County, the $120 billion infrastructure project to bring public transportation to the region. And our motto is fortune favors the bold. And boy, is this a bold project. And we encourage you to vote aye on moving this EIR forward, not only because it's going to create tens of thousands of family sustaining jobs here in the region, which is an incredible asset and important for our working folks here in the region, but it's going to get so many cars off the road and planes out of the air that are polluting our air. And we think that is transformative and necessary for us to achieve our climate goals. I also really think it's such a bold project with this environmental justice impact avoidance and minimization project, because it really elevates that as an important issue. And lastly, we are bringing public transit to here in Los Angeles, was met with Measure R and Measure M, but you're going to be connecting us to the rest of the state. And it's going to be a transformative project, a bold project that the rest of the United States is going to be jealous of. And so for all those reasons, if we can do this here, we can do it everywhere across the United States. And I think that's transformative. So we say fortune favors the bold. We ask you to support this project, to move it forward on behalf of transit riders, on behalf of working folks, on behalf of the whole region. We think it's important. Let's move LA forward. Let's move California forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next and last in-person speaker is Veronica Padilla, representing Pacoima Beautiful.
Good morning.
Thank you and good morning. I am Veronica Padilla Campos. I'm the Executive Director of Pacoima Beautiful and also an AQMD board member, but I'm wearing my Pacoima Beautiful hat today. Pacoima Beautiful is an environmental justice organization, and even though our name is Pacoima, we do serve the entire Northeast San Fernando. So that includes Sun Valley, Silmar, and some of the all the communities that are really going to be impacted with this project. We are in favor of the project because I want to ditto everything that Eli just said. It is a clean transportation method and one that our community members are really excited to use one day. And we understand the disruption that is going to happen during the construction phase, but I also understand that in where it does pop up above ground, it's going to be removing some of the most industrious places in our community that contaminate a whole lot. So I really think that it's going to bring a lot of benefit that we've been looking for in our community. So we also I wanted to mention about the ombudsman's person. We've had experience with an ombudsman's person on another project, which was not very effective. It was sort of just for show. And I just want to make sure that this person that is chosen can really have a true impact. And I would love to continue working with the agency as we have been doing for so long in that piece, if possible. Well, in everything, but in particular, the ombudsman's person, to make sure that maybe it's more than one and that they're in the community, that they're not always behind a desk, but that they're actually engaging and being part of the project.
15 seconds remaining.
And I am going to stop there. Oh, I wanted to also mention O&M. I don't know if we've talked about O&M, operations and maintenance, after it's built, because we want to just make sure that it is maintained beautiful and still as an amenity to the community. And I hope that we can also discuss that further. And then
Thank you.
I want to note for the record for you, witness, thank you for your testimony, and please look out for that job announcement when it comes available for the ombudsperson.
That was our final in-person speaker. Mr. Chair, we will now move on to the Zoom participants. Once again, if you are joining the meeting via Zoom and wish to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature located at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are dialing in by phone, press the number 2. We'll raise your hand and put you into our queue. Speakers will be called on in the order their hands are raised. Once you are in the queue and your name is called, please click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. If you are joining by phone, we will call on you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. At that point, you will hear a message that your phone is being unmuted. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to speak. I will remind you when you have 15 seconds remaining. When it is your turn to speak, please slowly and clearly say your first and last name, and if applicable, state the organization you are representing. Mr. Chairman, our first speaker is Martin de la.
Before we start, can you tell us how many people we have who are going to be speaking with us on phone?
Yes, it looks like currently there are 15 hands raised. 15.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Our first speaker is Martin de la Cruz.
Good afternoon. This is Martin de la Cruz with Labor's Local 300. I'm a business representative representing over 8,000 members in the greater LA County. We're here in support of this project to hopefully hear a yes vote. I know this is just an impact report, environmental impact report that you're having, but it's definitely going to affect a lot of our members. I remember a speaker mentioning the commute. We have members all across Southern California that can cover many jobs there. You're going to be helping a lot of families get livable wages, benefits, pension, something that's rarely spoken about nowadays. We have a lot of union members that are either veterans, have a checkered past that they're going to be impacted by getting these jobs and helping out in their lives, be able to again get a livable wage with benefits, medical, dental for them and their family, not just for the worker, for them and their families. These are hardworking men and women that definitely will make a great contribution to society and both to the communities around where this project is going to be built. You have no worries about money going elsewhere because they live in the areas that this project is going to impact. They'll keep that money in that area, and we have plenty of contractors that have tunnel experience that
15 seconds remaining.
are building tunnels right now. The Purple Line expansion, we have a lot of tunnels going on in LA that these contractors can cover, and they've done it safely and efficiently. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Andy Kuntz.
Hi, my name is Andy Kuntz, president of the U.S. High-Speed Rail Association. I just want to say on behalf of our association and all our members, we fully support this project and this new segment to be approved. This is the most important project in America, and we really appreciate your in-depth analysis and of the situation, the routes, the possible different alignments, and all the solutions that have been arrived at. It's very comprehensive and well thought out. The great thing is 80% of the line is in tunnels, which is, very low impact on communities and nature as well. The one thing I do want to suggest is that the connection to Burbank Airport is a seamless connection. You can just step right off the train and walk a few feet right into the terminal. I just rode the Bright Line in Florida, and that's exactly what they have at the Orlando airport. The train literally pulls right into the terminal, and you can just wheel out with your luggage and right into, transfer from a train to a plane very simply. So with that, I want to thank you for your great leadership on this project, and we wish you all the best, and we stand behind it every step of the way.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian.
Hi, I had a question regarding the interactive map shows that there's and the speaker earlier said that there's only one residential property that may be displaced. And I just wanted to kind of square that and ask with in the environmental report, it's on page 3.12-69. It's map 8 of 11. I believe it was slide 39 or 40 in the presentation earlier. And it kind of shows a number of residential properties along Hollywood Way north of San Fernando that are yellow dots and that may be impacted. And I wanted to ask how would those be impacted, and why is that different from what's in the interactive map?
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Roberts.
Mr. Roberts, welcome. Mr. Roberts?
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Steve Roberts, and I'm the president of the All-Volunteer Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada, which advocates for expanded intercity rail transportation. RailPAC recommends that the board certify and approve the Palmdale to Burbank preferred alternative in the final EIS. Approval represents a huge milestone for the California high-speed rail and for expanding transportation capacity in California. This is a huge accomplishment and work by LaDonna, and I want to thank her and her staff for everything that she's done. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Mario Berrigan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Mario Berrigan, and I am a representative for IBEW Local 11. We represent over 11,000 electricians in Los Angeles County. First, I'd like to commend staff for their very comprehensive presentation this morning. The amount of work is very evident by the detailed and concise analysis of the environmental impacts and the mitigating measures that has been taken into consideration. With that being said, I would like to stand in strong support of the staff's recommended SR 14A route from Palmdale to Burbank. We are excited to see as this process is moving forward, and that means thousands of construction jobs in Los Angeles County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Bill Miranda.
Good morning. Is it Don or Joan?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Miranda.
I'm Mayor Pro Tem Bill Miranda from the city of Santa Clarita, and I would like to request that the board postpone certification of the AIR as it lacks a comprehensive study on the impacts to the Santa Clarita Valley. As stated in our comment letter, A serious concern of ours is the authorities' refusal to study what will be the largest sand and gravel mine in the Western Hemisphere. This large-scale mining project involves surface mining of 56 million tons of aggregate on a 460-acre site at Soledad Canyon, which is just east of the preferred alignment crosses through V Canyon. The authorities' response to our request was that the mining project was not reasonably foreseeable and therefore would not be included as part of the project section's analysis. However, the fact of the matter is that the mining company has 2 active federal mining contracts in this area and are actively seeking the permits needed to begin mining. I will not go into detail on the recent events that have clearly demonstrated that this mining project is far from speculative, and our comment letter provides that level of detail. However, I'll implore you to recognize your obligation in ensuring this EIR fully captures all impacts within the project section prior to certification. The mining project is a few permits away from mining, and we have serious concerns of the viability of the projects coexisting, given the impact of blasting and subsequent vibration would have on the structural integrity of the preferred alignment. The mining project will have excavation activities 17 hours per day, 6 days per week, spanning
15
20
seconds
years.
remaining.
Given these facts and CEQA case law, which is also cited in our comment letter, it is incumbent upon the board that the EIR study the mining project's impacts to the preferred alignment. Additionally, if the authority will not build a fully underground alignment, we ask that an elevated crossing to V Canyon be studied, the EIR, and considered for adoption to minimize wildlife and recreational impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is listed as E. Pantoya.
Good morning, sir.
Commissioners and board. My name is Ernesto Pantoja. I'm calling on behalf of Sergio Rascon, Business Manager of Laborers, Local 300. As my brother Martin said earlier, we have members about a little less than 3,000 that live in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, a little less than 1,000 that live in the Antelope Valley between Palmdale and Lancaster. As you can imagine, these members are traveling every day, hundreds of them, all throughout LA County, some traveling as far down as San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, just to work. So you can understand the impacts, not just on pollution, but on their family lives, many of them spending 2 to 3 hours a day sitting in traffic. We had an apprentice a couple months ago who's been traveling to just LAX on a daily basis, and he was going through some mental issues. And so this is quite impactful. So when we have a project like this that's going to put hundreds to thousands of workers, construction workers, to work, we can't help but support it. And we ask you to support the SR 14A alignment from Palmdale to Burbank. Imagine taking all of these members off of the road who are also impacting pollution, being able to pull in local people from the area and giving them a career jobs, right? As my colleague said, veterans who are coming home from military service whose skill sets don't transfer to civilian life, formerly incarcerated. One of the things the trades does is bring formerly incarcerated into the trades and give them an opportunity to change their lives, help them build and be constructive, not destructive to their communities. So these jobs are quite impactful. And we understand this community better than anybody, as most of our members have grown up here, lived here, bought their homes there, and they would like their kids to also remain there. And these jobs are the kind of jobs that can do that. So we ask you and urge you to please approve this EIR report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Eric Sahakian.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. Eric Sahakian, Superintendent of Schools for Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District. Good morning, Board of Directors. Thank you for this platform and for your time. On October 2022, the California High-Speed Rail Authority held a virtual public hearing. It was an opportunity that we seized as a school district to provide our concerns over the Palmdale to Burbank project. One significant issue had to do with the dirt and dust that will be created along with other pollutants near Vasquez High School and High Desert schools regarding a concern over the health and safety of our students and staff. I'd like to read into record a letter dated October 18, 2022 that was submitted on behalf of the school district. The governing board of AADUSD is very concerned about the environmental impact of the construction of the Palmdale to Burbank project. The school district is particularly concerned about the proposed 14A, which would negatively impact the health and safety of students and staff at High Desert Middle and Vasquez High Schools. Route 14A would establish a work site just east of Vasquez High School. The dirt and dust created by excavation of tunnels near this area and the prevailing winds in the air will cause dust and other pollutants to blow onto the campus of the high school and middle school, posing a health and safety risk to students and staff. Also, the vibrations from the underground excavation will disrupt the operation of the middle school and high school. The AADUSC urges the High-Speed Rail Authority to adopt mitigation measures that will minimize disruptions to the educational operations of the middle school and high school. The school district also urges the authority to adopt mitigation measures to
15 seconds
minimize
remaining.
the impact on the traffic at beginning of the school and end of the school day. On behalf of the school district, we have requested for the authority representative to provide our district informational presentation at our upcoming August 22nd open school board meeting session. We are
That's
waiting
fine.
for confirmation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Michael Shilstone.
Good morning, Mr. Schulten.
Hi, good. Michael Shilstone with Central City Association of Los Angeles. We represent over 300 members committed to enhancing downtown LA's vibrancy and increasing opportunity across the region. We see high-speed rail as a generational project critical to the long-term health of downtown, our region, and our state. The Palmdale to Burbank section will connect two key population centers in just a 17-minute trip. This is truly transformational. Approval of this project section will create quality jobs, improve intermodal passenger connectivity, and provide a clean transportation option. The preferred alternative represents the best balance of impacts and benefits across the many different factors that were studied. Please approve the preferred alternative and certify the final EIR/EIS, completing environmental clearance of all high-speed rail program sections from San Francisco to Los Angeles Union Station, which is truly a major accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Watts.
Good morning, sir. Is it Mr. Dopp? Watton?
Watts.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Hello? Yeah, why don't we move
It
on?
looks like your microphone is still muted, Mr. Watts. We'll move on to the next speaker while you try and fix that. Our next speaker in the meantime is Bolek Tang.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Bolek Tang, Government Affairs Advocate at the American Council of Engineering Companies of California, ACEC California. We represent almost 1,000 engineering and land surveying firms and nearly 24,000 design professionals who provide a wide variety of engineering, surveying, environmental consulting, and construction management services for all types of residential, public works, commercial, and industrial projects. We, ACEC, support the continued efforts to create an appropriately designed, properly constructed, and well-maintained high-speed rail system within California. Our organization has believed that this project by the high-speed rail will enhance our economy and health, provide better air quality in order to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals, and also provide equity opportunities statewide. This is done through project construction, operation, and improved connectivity. And thus far, what we've seen is high-speed rail has already created thousands of good-paying jobs. For these reasons, ACEC is in support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Watts.
Mr. Watt? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, my name is Mark Watts, and I represent the construction trades and allied labor through the organization called Transportation California. We were very involved in the approval of the legislation that allowed your board to move forward to develop the high-speed rail program. We'd like to thank you, the board, and CEO Brian Kelly for bringing this forward. We would strongly support the board approval of the environmental document that's before you today and tomorrow. We especially applaud the use of the tunneling expertise in developing your final segment. We're impressed with the entire effect that this would complete the high-speed rail phase from between LA and San Francisco. Sorry, San Diego's phase 2 someday. And finally, some of the highlights, I'll make them very quick. We were very much approved the use of the ombudsman as a social economic integrator with your organization. And we appreciate the overall greenhouse gas reduction that your project will produce. That'll allow the mobility in California to move forward on a firm basis. So thank you very much for your time and energy.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Nadia Cantabrana.
Hi, good morning, members of the board. My name is Nadia Cantabrana, Planning Deputy for the City of LA, Council District 6, represented by Councilmember Imelda Padilla. I'm commenting on items 2, 10, and 11 regarding the final EIR/EIS and preferred route SR 14A for the Palmdale-Burbank section of the high-speed rail project. The preferred route impacts Sun Valley, a community facing significant environmental justice issues with residential areas close to industrial sites. We have concerns about the project's effects on the residents and businesses. Sun Valley is already burdened by industrial activities. The proposed truck hauling trips will add to congestion and pollution. CHSR must work with local businesses and residents to plan truck routes that avoid residential areas and minimize disruptions. An ombudsman and a nonprofit contracted with CHSR ensure that these plans consider construction closures and existing operations. Air quality and noise pollution are major concerns. Increased truck traffic and construction activities will worsen air quality, while noise from the project must be mitigated with effective barriers and soundproofing, especially near homes. Traffic congestion and impacts on local streets are critical issues. Detailed planning and community consultation are needed to develop freight routes that minimize disruption and ensure safety. The suggested community roundtables are a step in the right direction. We appreciate the ombudsman assisting businesses affected by the project. CHSR should contract so that the ombudsman can work with local nonprofits to facilitate business relocation and assistance. Sun Valley lacks amenities to counter industrial operations. CHSSR commitment to provide trees, rebuild sidewalks, safe crossings, and landscaping is appreciated. These amenities should be designed with community input in coordination with city departments and Metro. Construction should not affect San Fernando bike lanes or the Metro double track project. A clear construction schedule and public communication plan are needed to coordinate street closures and use.
Can you please continue? Thank you. I told the board, we'd like to hear the rest of your comments.
Oh, sorry about that. A clear construction schedule and public communication plan are needed to coordinate street closures and use of public spaces. Despite years of HSR outreach, many residents still remain uninformed. We recommend contracting with local nonprofits for direct outreach, including phone banking and door-to-door canvassing, to ensure that all residents and business owners are contacted multiple
Excuse me,
times.
if we could just ask you to try to finish it up in, say, the next 15 or 20 seconds.
Yeah, one more paragraph. This project promises substantial benefits for the state, but it must consider the needs of Sun Valley residents and businesses to ensure that they are informed, involved, and have the substantial mitigations so that their daily lives and work are not halted by this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marvin Norman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Richards and members of the board. My name is Marvin Norman. I'm the policy coordinator with CCAJ. And I would like to echo the comments from the previous commenter, as well as others. Um, I think it's a very good idea to see that that the authority is considering the appointment of a community person who would be able to be an ombudsman and really interface with community. And I would just kind of echo those previous comments to make sure that that person is really embedded and able to communicate with the community and is not just there to check a box and be someone who is a face of the authority only on paper, but no one has ever actually seen him in the community. I recently actually just met someone this past weekend who lives in the Shafter area and has seen your construction going on for several years, had no idea it was from you guys. And so, you know, this is the kind of involvement that and often the kind of level of participation that is maybe in some communities people aren't connected. So it's really good to get someone who is really connected with the ability to go out. I also echo comments for the person who about the Burbank airport. I've gone to several other airports around the country and around the world, and it's always nice to be able to step out the plane and go downstairs and get immediately into your train. So it'd be great to be able to do that at Burbank. And as CCAJ is an Inland Empire-based organization, I myself as a San Bernardino resident looking forward to your phase 2, where hopefully we could do that in Ontario as well. And I would encourage you guys to start working on the phase 2 plans soon. And I know that you guys are hopefully
Seconds
approving
remaining.
this. Hopefully approving this today, and then soon you're going to approve LA to Anaheim. So I would really urge you guys to immediately start on the environmental for the phase 2 projects once that is done to keep the work going. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Austin Bishop. We have 4 more speakers in total.
Good morning. Hello.
Mr. Bishop, it looks like your microphone is muted.
Yes.
While you try and remedy that, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Bill.
Hello. Let's go on to the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Bill, while you try and remedy that microphone issue, we're going to move on to our next speaker, Alex Beckman.
Good morning to Chair Richards, Board, and CEO Kelly. My name is Alex Beckman, and I am a legislative representative for the Transportation Trades Department, AFL-CIO. TTD is a coalition of 37 member unions that provide a bold voice for workers in every mode of transportation, both in the private and public sector, and is devoted to protecting middle-class jobs, expanding collective bargaining, and ensuring modern, safe, and secure transportation operations and infrastructure. We have the totality of rail labor affiliated with us, as well as several building trade unions. On behalf of all those unions, TTD would like to express its strong support for the board adopting the approval of the Palmdale-Burbank project selection final EIR/EIS under the California Environmental Quality Act. As the nation's largest transportation labor union federation, we are proud to support monumental projects like the California High-Speed Rail Project, which will deliver a modern, efficient, and green transit system in California while putting skilled union members to work. Union workers are building the California High-Speed Rail Project, as the board has heard several times this morning. 13 rail unions have also signed an agreement to maintain and operate the California High-Speed Rail system using rail workers, and we want to thank President Kelly, or CEO Kelly, for his leadership there. This project has already created 13,500 high-skilled construction industry jobs and has a project labor agreement in place with the building trades unions. High-speed rail construction jobs are already helping to rebuild the middle class in places like California's Central Valley. This is the last key environmental document needed to connect San Francisco to downtown Los Angeles and marks a huge milestone for California high-speed rail. With the board's approval, the project will have environmental clearance for 463 miles of the Phase 1 system between downtown San Francisco and downtown Los Angeles. Therefore, we urge the board to adopt approval of the Palmdale-Burbank project section final EIS under the California Environmental Quality Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hesham.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, my name is Hisham. I'm a transportation activist here. I'm representing myself, not a single organization. I want to urge the board to vote on approving the preferred alternative submitted by the staff. And I will have one quick comment to address the people that have concerns. I just want to say that the benefits of this project outweighs the cost many times. We need this project. The environment needs the project. Even though there will be some collateral damage about this project happening, and there will be some cost either financially or businesses or housing or stuff like that. But I believe that the benefits of this project, especially in this specific segment, outweighs the cost. In addition, once you certify this section, the full downtown LA to downtown San Francisco will be eligible for funding, which would also help this project get funding in the future for federal grants. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Francis Apia.
Good morning. Hello. Let's move on.
Francis, we can't hear you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Austin Bishop.
Good morning.
Am I being heard?
We hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. How's everyone doing? Well, I want to thank everyone for giving us this platform today. And first off and foremost, I want to express my concern to all the communities that might be impacted by this or may be impacted by this. I know this is a big project and there's a lot of moving pieces to it. And it's hard to speak to all the EIR and documentals right now. And oh, by the way, my name is Austin Bishop. I am the mayor of Palmdale. I'm representing the city of Palmdale. I'm also on the NCTC board as well, and also here to speak on what I believe is what is in the best interest of the Antelope Valley. Right now, we have what's been hailed as some of the longest commute times in the country. Sometimes people spend just over an hour just to get off the 14 freeway in the morning at around 4:30 a.m. in the morning. It's almost bumper to bumper for people trying to get to Los Angeles, and if we can get those cars off the road, we can get people up here a better quality of life. One of the other issues we're having right now on the 14 freeway is expanding it. So we have bottlenecks in a few locations where traffic almost comes to a complete standstill stop because of those bottlenecks. And we can't get funding from Caltrans because they don't have the money, or they're not awarding money for freeway expansion projects, only for improvements. So we're really kind of at a standstill in the Antelope Valley unless we figure out some kind of other means of transportation. With that said, I think a lot of other people kind of touch the important things that it brings: the economic growth, the environmental benefit by getting the cars off the road, the reduced traffic, and especially for us, for our 75,000 commuters a day, it's an improved quality of life. That is what we're talking about for the city of Palmdale. So once again, I sympathize, and I hope that whatever communities and businesses are impacted can be taken care of. But from an advocate for the city of Palmdale, for our residents, I believe that's what would be best and what would be helpful for our area.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do we want to try Bill one more time? Doesn't look like his hand is raised anymore. Okay, he's not coming onto the screen. Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers at this time.
All right, thank you very much. And that completes the public comment section. In a moment, I'm going to ask my colleagues if there are any other issues that they would like staff to respond from the public comments and from their presentation today. So if I can, I'll start on my right and go up the dais. So Director Gilmany, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the question of staff with regard to our construction costs.
Is your microphone on? Okay.
How's that? All right. With regard to construction costs, you've estimated 22.55 billion, and those are in today's dollars. And have they been vetted?
Jim, let me just jump in on this a little bit. The estimate is in the same annual dollars as is in the draft environmental document. So I think it's on the order of a 2019 estimate that was in the draft environmental document. To be an apples to apples comparison, that's what we wanted to keep the same year of estimate for this document as that one. As I said before, as we get to the business plan and further reports later, we then do an escalation for more current years as we go forward, depending on what year we're in the updated document. So that's the estimate that's in this document right now.
Okay, my concern is, we've been criticized over the years for our budgets being changed from year to year to year, et cetera. So I would like to have some verbiage in there that states if it is 22.5 based on 2019, you said, that there's going to be increases caused by inflation going forward. And I think we need to state that up front. The second, I remember you talked about wildlife crossings. One of them seems to be a bottleneck that's caused by Caltrans on State Route 14. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
I get head nods, yes. Have we approached Caltrans about resolving that problem?
I think as was suggested by Stefan in the presentation, there's a commitment here beyond the things that we're doing through tunneling and the bridging in the key wildlife crossing area is also the Work Wildlife Task Force with Caltrans and local and regional folks and others who are concerned to evaluate other ways to deal with wildlife crossing issues around SR 14. But that work is just on the front end now.
Well, I know Caltrans is dealing with wildlife crossings all over the state, in State Route 17 that goes from San Jose to Santa Cruz. They're developing new wildlife crossings. So I want to get this on their radar because I don't think this is a responsibility of high-speed rail. I really think this is a responsibility of Caltrans. The spoils, you project 6.8 million cubic yards. Where are they going to take this? Have we figured that out? And I get head nods, but I don't know where. So you can answer that tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question, Chair Richard.
Yeah.
I think the hope was to gather all the questions and issues by the
I got
board
it.
and then come back tomorrow with really
I got it.
detailed answers.
So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the truck traffic and where the spoils are going, et cetera. My final one, I do agree wholeheartedly about the ombudsman. My concern is on stop work notices. I think the board somehow needs to get a heads up before they're issued. I have no problem with the ombudsman making that call, but I think somehow the board ought to have some heads up and discussion about it, so it doesn't come as a complete surprise. And that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Gilmany. Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the public that came out and spoke today on the phone and all of you that are here today. I know how hard that is to come and speak on a business day and take time off of work. So we really appreciate it. And we do listen to you. We really do. And that gets to some of my comments. I want to thank staff. I know I asked Brian, how long have we been in? I think it's been 12 years. I remember coming down here at a meeting 2 or 5 years ago, and we had over 200 speakers and so things you've improved our project and alternative, and I really appreciate that. I want to talk a little bit about bringing back some information, not just tomorrow, but on a time frame so that the board is things are moving along as we go forward, because it's a multi-year process. That, and to my colleagues, if I'm saying anything that you disagree with, please let me know or amend it as we go. And the first one is the ombudsman. I mean, I know we're going to talk about that a little bit tomorrow, but I would like to keep as a board appraised. I don't know if that's every year, about just how are we doing? And maybe this is, I have a list of these things where you let us know where we are in the project and what's happening. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Gilmetti, about the stop notice. I would have that be limited on to safety, you know, some of those issues that you talked about earlier. That annually, at least. That's the same thing with the the wildlife crossing issue, not only with the two that we're building, but the state Route 14 issue. I know you're putting together a work group, but I would like to hear about that when it's, you know, in a year. Did we constitute it? What is the process with that? So that we can, as a board, follow these issues and hopefully get engaged and make that happen. I think that's also true on the relocation issues with both business and the one relocation residential, but there's the highlighted yellow, which there may be a few more. So once again, just to be apprised of how we're doing with that, and a public hearing where people can come and comment and talk a little bit about that. Finally, on tunneling, I'd like to know, as some of my esteemed colleagues have brought up, where we're going on that in terms of the expertise and any problems, risks, et cetera. And I think to the speakers that spoke over here on Acton and then the tunneling at Bee Canyon, I know you're going to respond to that. I think it might be hard for us to tunnel under a canyon, but I do want to have us respond in a way where we do seriously consider alternatives, which I know you have, but just how we're going to address those concerns. This is a big project. I do think it has overall beneficial environmental impacts in terms of reducing traffic that will benefit our forests and our wildlife. But we want to make sure that we're on the local level still in communication with our communities to make it as less impactful as possible. I know there are impacts we simply can't mitigate. And I think that is it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Miller. Director Camacho.
I'd like to first of all compliment staff for all the work they've done and the volumes that they've provided us. But in all the information you provided us, I'm still not satisfied with the answers I've heard about some of the tunneling issues and the risks associated with them. So I'd certainly would like to hear, or at least get a better explanation of that and see how we can quantify what those risks are.
You, Director Camacho. Director Shank.
Thank you. I think Nancy and Ernie have covered some of my questions. I would like a deeper dive on the public comments that were made about the tunneling, and especially about I think one of the speakers referenced a Stanford study. I'd like to have more on that. And oh, by the way, yes, most of us have read every page. This is just a small part of what we read. The rest of it is still at home. And those who are more electronically apt get it on their computers. The second issue that I don't think was touched on, but has been in an area of the comments that were submitted, has to do with the seismic risks. Those of us who lived through Sylmar in 71 and Northridge in 94, this is a question that has been brought up in the written comments, and I'd like to have, I guess, a deeper dive on that if possible tomorrow or going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Shank. Director Escutia.
Thank you. I just wanted to just, again, thank the staff for very, very hard work that you've done. And I would hope to get some answers to my questions with regard to the actual authority of the EJ Ombudsman, so that that authority does not become just basically, a paper authority, but I'm really more interested in enforcement. And how would a situation in which the ombudsman says stop work and say the high-speed rail authority, the CEO says, no, we disagree with you. What happens then? So if you could answer that question, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Williams?
I feel like it's that moment where everything that needs to be said has been said, but not by everybody. So I'll just leave it at that. I think my colleagues have asked the questions that I'm interested in hearing, and also giving you the accolades that you will deserve even more tomorrow, to thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Perea?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Also thanking staff for all the work that's gone into this to this point. And just to reiterate all the public comment that we've received today, staff tomorrow will be responding specifically to what all the issues that were raised by the public comment. Is that correct? Yes, okay. And just one other question on the tunneling. I just want to, if staff can just think about and just double confirm for us tomorrow that the tunnels design, and I understand we have not discussed this specifically with those tunnel builders out there in the world, but that we are 100% confident that the design that we have designed is not going to in the end cost us more money and time because of something we may have missed. So you can just reconfirm your expertise in that area. The ombudsman, I think a lot of comments have been made. I just would like to, maybe if you can further flesh out, and I know it's tough to put out a job description tomorrow, but just maybe a little more detail as to what the duties and responsibilities and expectations will be of that position. And maybe as a board, we may want to consider that coming back to our board within the next 60 to 90 days for some type of approval, because I know we're at the beginning of a long process here, but 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when maybe this person is actually brought on board, everybody will forget about this conversation today. So I'd like this board to have more say and input into what the final position is going to look like. And the last is just on the housing that's being impacted. If we can get aerial views tomorrow of what those houses look like with their alignment. And just to note, I know one house was referenced in Sun Valley, but if you go to page 43 of our presentation today, we have multi-family units that are being displaced, 23 in Palmdale, a few in Sun Valley. And just how many people are we talking about? Where are those units? How many people are we talking about in terms of displacement? And what's the plan? So, thank you.
Thank you, Director Perea. And ladies and gentlemen, you have noted in our agenda that we this afternoon board will take up other business items and during the evening and then adjourn for the evening, during which time staff will be preparing their responses to the issues raised by the board. With regards to this afternoon's agenda, as soon as I finish these, a couple quick comments here, we will close, we will not close, but we will go to a lunch break. The lunch break was going to be extended for 1 hour and 15 minutes, during which time the board will also go into closed session in the interest of time. And so the closed session that's identified on the agenda as item 7 will actually be heard during the lunch break. When we get back from the lunch break, I will report to you whether or not there were any things that would need to be reported to the public during that closed session. So with that in mind, let me mention also that our meeting then tomorrow morning will begin at 10 a.m., at which time we will then consider the decisions to be made with regards to this environmental section, Palmdale to Burbank. So with that, it is currently 12:15, so we will be back in session at 1:30. So thank you very much for your patience and your time and your participation today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now begin the afternoon items for the High-Speed Rail Authority Board meeting of June 26th. So we are, let me also make an announcement on the agenda for tomorrow. You've noted early in the morning there was going to be a Finance and Audit Committee meeting. That meeting we are canceling. Most of what we're going to deal with in that will be provided for in this afternoon and tomorrow in our general meeting. So there will be no Finance and Audit Committee meeting tomorrow. With that, we'll move into item number 8, which is the approving the fiscal year 2024-25 internal audit plan. And we call up our internal auditor. What did I say? Did I said 8? Oh, 3. See, I've lost my glasses also. So 3 looked like an 8 to me. Thank you very much. And thanks for not letting me use your glasses. So, no, that's okay. Item number 3. So, Paula, welcome. It's good to see you.
Oh, that's, okay, now that's really good. Okay. I'm here today to present the upcoming fiscal year audit plan and also the prior year internal quality assurance review. I thought I'd start today by giving you a little snapshot of what our office looks like. We have four levels in each of 3 teams. We have an entry-level auditor, an associate auditor, a lead auditor, and a senior management auditor. But this also shows how the audit office is placed within the authority. We report to the board of directors. We administratively report to the chief executive officer, but by reporting to the board, we have organizational independence. Next slide. The components of the audit plan are 3 types of reviews. We do pre-award reviews in which we evaluate the proposed rates for qualifications-based contracts prior to execution to assist in the negotiation of a fair and reasonable price. We perform contract compliance audits, which is determining compliance of costs reimbursed by the authority with the contract provisions, including the federal cost principles. Third type of audit that's in our audit plan is performance audits. And those are the traditional internal audits. The audit objectives are unique to each type of audit, and they're determined based on the nature of the audit request in conjunction with management. Next slide, please. We follow 2 kinds of audit standards. Generally accepted governmental audit standards, sometimes known as GAGAS, but more often known as Yellow Book. Those audit standards are used for audits involving federal funds. The other set of audit standards we use are the Global Internal Audit Standards, also called Red Book. Both Yellow Book and Red Book standards were revised in early 2024. The revisions apply to the external quality assessments or the peer review that we have, and also the internal quality assessments. There was some additional audit committee reporting, and there are some internal additional documentation requirements. So we're going through the standards, we're getting some training, updating our audit manuals, our internal processes, and some of that will involve proposed revisions to the audit charter, which we'll bring to the board sometime next year. Next slide, please. All right, a look back into this past fiscal year. The prior year audit plan results are, we had an audit of small business, that we've completed. We're in the process of final review and drafting the report. We anticipate bringing that to the Finance and Audit Committee in August. We performed 5 pre-award reviews, which included evaluating the cost for 24 separate firms. For each pre-award, we review the prime and as many subs as we have the staffing for, with a goal of reviewing 85% of the proposed costs. Last year's audit plan also had a contract compliance audit that we're finalizing. In those audits, we audit the costs that have been reimbursed by the authority for the prime consultants, and we audited 10 sub-consultants. We audited the labor billed against the time recorded and paid. We audited the indirect costs, and we audited the other direct costs. Our 2 internal audits in progress are civil work certification and the design build contractor audits focusing on design build change orders. Both of those we anticipate bringing a report to the Finance and Audit Committee in the fall. Next slide, please. Audit standards require that we have a quality assurance program, and they require each year that we do an internal self-assessment of that quality assurance. This year we only had red book type assignments, so our self-assessment was in accordance with the international standards for the professional practice of internal auditing. And it's generally an annual review, but we had an external peer review last year that went up through January. So the period of performance for our internal review this year was February through May. So a bit more than a year. We had a team of 3 associate level auditors review 7 completed assignments using a similar process to the external peer reviewers. And I'm proud to let you know that they found no instances of material non-compliance with the standards. Next slide, please. The fiscal year audit plan for 2024 that I'm proposing is completing our work in progress, the civil work certification audit, and the design build change order audit. There are 5 planned pre-award reviews in the upcoming year, and I'm proposing 4 contract compliance audits, 2 interim audits to evaluate the initial 2 years of costs for the design services contracts that have been reimbursed by the authority, and 2 post audits to evaluate the costs reimbursed over a 9-year contract term for the 2 remaining environmental segments. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Paula? Ms. Rivera, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think you're going to be busy for the next 12 months.
Isn't this an action item? I would move the item. Thank you.
Before you step, well, you can step away. So members of the board, this is an action item. Do we have a motion for approval?
Yes, I moved.
Second.
Motion and second, please call the roll. Yeah.
Yes.
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 Correa,
Yes.
Director Gometti,
Yes.
Director Escutia,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Aye.
Director Cohen. This motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 4 for the agenda is from our CFO, Brian Annis. This is to consider approving the 2024-25 fiscal year budget.
Good afternoon, Chair Richards and board members. I come to you today with an action item, which is our request to approve the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Next slide, please. So in summary, we're going to cover a couple of things in this presentation. This is Board Policy 11-001, directs board budget approval. So what we come to you with today is a proposed capital budget of 2.629 billion and a proposed administrative budget of $111.9 million. The presentation, I'm going to touch on the revenues available to fund that fiscal year budget, dive in a little bit to the specific expenditures, and then show you the proposed board resolution. Next slide. Context for this, in January 2024, the board approved an amended expenditure authorization that recognized the 3.3 billion in new federal grants awarded in 2023 and added related scope to our funded baseline budget. So that 26.093 billion is the multi-year budget for ongoing work. And what we're asking for today is the fiscal year slice of that work. So it's the same scope the board approved, but again, just that 24-25 fiscal year slice of it. Next slide. We are in a very good cash position going into next fiscal year. What we report in the Finance and Audit Committee materials this month, and that goes through April, is that we have 871 million of Prop 1A bond proceeds. Then that incorporates 800 million in bonds the Treasurer's Office sold this spring. Cap and trade balance is at the end of April over $3 billion, and that goes through the February auction. And we have 12 million in property fund proceeds. So our cash balance has never been higher at about $3.9 billion. Again, as the last couple of years, we've been focusing on Prop 1A as our primary source of revenues to spend. We will, in this upcoming fiscal year, we do expect to spend all of our remaining Prop 1A that's associated with the Central Valley. That will leave a balance of about a little over 400 million for the LA Union Station project and a little under 200 million for state operations or administration going forward. So after, in a year from now, we expect that Prop 1A balance to be way down, the cap and trade to probably be up a bit. And then going forward, you'll see a higher proportion of those federal grants as part of our expenditures and as well as cap and trade. The federal funds, I mentioned the 3.3 billion in grants last year. We expect in the 24-25 fiscal year to receive about 330 million from those new federal grants, and that comes as reimbursement. So it doesn't show up in our cash balance. We'll use cap and trade first, but then we'll receive that reimbursement of federal funds after that. Next slide, please. A little background on year-over-year change for our capital budget in 23-24. The board had approved a budget of $1.825 billion. In January and February of this year, staff brought to the board requests to approve moving forward with final design on the Merced extension and the Bakersfield extension. And when the board approved that, that included about 25 million extra in this fiscal year. So the final budget for this fiscal year is 1.85 billion. And through April, we've spent about 1.4 billion. So it looks like we're going to get pretty close to the budget the board's adopted for this fiscal year. Looking forward, we are proposing a budget that's higher by about 779 million. And at the bottom of this slide, we list the reasons for that. Due to the federal grants, we're proceeding on purchasing all right-of-way needed for the Merced and Bakersfield extension. Right-of-way staff now is engaged in appraisals as the early step, but they do expect to provide offers to landowners on right-of-way in 24-25 and have many of those offers accepted. And so right-of-way budget is up overall $252 million due to that advancement of work. Also, as I mentioned, the final design on Merced to Bakersfield has been authorized by the board, and that work will continue with more expenditures in 24-25. Some of the track and systems contracts that are working their way through procurement now, we expect to be in place by the end of the next fiscal year and have some expenditures against those, about 139 million. Construction package 1 and 2 are up together by about 92 million compared to last year because of the advanced work and ongoing work there. And lastly, for CP4, of course, that construction package is substantially complete, so we expect expenditures next year to be about 125 million less than the forecast for this year. And we have a small amount here for the Fresno Historic Depot and Fresno Station budget. Some of that work is expected to advance in the 24-25 year as well at about $9 million budget. So overall, we're up, but again, that ties to advancement of activity in the field. Next slide. So this summarizes by category and by fund type. We have a subtotal for project development, a subtotal for construction, and a subtotal for local assistance, which is the bookend projects. And then for each of those categories, we show the fund mix of cap and trade, Prop 1A, and federal reimbursements. So we have roughly 1.6 billion of Prop 1A planned, about 700 million of cap and trade, and about 300 million of federal reimbursements. Next slide. All right, and then the administrative budget. We compared to last year, we're also up a bit. Last year's budget, the board adopted, was 95 million, but as always, the Department of Finance comes back later with some statewide budget adjustments. So after they did that last year, our final administrative budget was 98 million. Year over year, we're up about 13.9 million in the 111.9 million budget that the legislature approved a few weeks ago in a bill, AB 107, and the governor signed the bill, I believe, yesterday. So that budget is now in place. We do note, however, that as part of the measures to close the general fund budget gap, all departments do expect to have some further reduction to our state operations budget in the fall. And we don't know exactly what that'll be, but in the governor's May budget, they discussed some sweeping of savings for vacant positions. They discussed some other measures. We're also pulling back on some of our contract expenditures for administrative matters and so forth to save money. So in this case, it may be a mid-year we update the board on some further adjustments from finance and may end up with less than the $111.9 million budget, but we'll have to wait for a process with Department of Finance to have a final number. Next slide. So this is just showing the board by office within the authority how we spend our administrative budget. Most of the expenditure, a bit over 50%, is in the program delivery office, managing the construction and the environmental work in the field. And some of the other larger areas are the administrative office that handles contracts and human resources, my financial office, and information technology is the other of the larger offices. Next slide. So that's the conclusion. There's a attached resolution, and we request board approval of the 24-25 capital budget of $2,629 billion and the 24-25 administrative budget of $111.9 million. And that administrative budget, again, is subject to some adjustment in the future by the Department of Finance.
Brian, if we could hang on just a second, Director Shank.
Thank you. Hi, Brian. I'm sure this was a last test of us on your part. In our briefing memo, where it's under background on current multi-year expenditure authorization, it says 26.094 million. As Senator Dirksen once said, well, to paraphrase him, a billion here, a billion there, but I
Billion
think
there.
he meant
We
billion.
we have a comma where there should be a period or vice versa, huh?
But really what I would do is thank you so much for all of the times that you've translated this arcane budgeting for me and made it understandable. And I want you to know, I really, really appreciate everything and wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you so much.
And Director Gilmetti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this the last meeting with you?
It is unless I'm a member of the public coming. in.
No.
Missed you for something.
Good response. Good
Don't threaten
response.
us with that, Brian.
Brian, I'm just trying to understand the accounting here. So for example, the cap and trade funds, you've got about $3 million. You also mentioned that we don't get reimbursed from the feds on the grant until we spend cap and trade money. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the process is the contractors submit invoices, we pay the invoices. Well, first we review them, we pay all the valid portions of the invoice with state money. We go through the invoice, make sure the entirety of that invoice is eligible for federal reimbursement. Send it into the federal government, they approve it, and it's then we get reimbursed with the federal funds.
So
in our-
if I read this right, then during the next fiscal year, the cap and trade funds balance should be going up because we're going to be using reimbursed Fed money. Do you read it that way?
Yeah, well, that's correct. So we expect, right now, we're running a little over $1 billion a year in cap and trade proceeds. So what's not included in the current cash balance is the May auction this fiscal year and then the for next fiscal year. So that may be another 1.3 billion that's available to the end of
Yeah,
next
so we
fiscal
should,
year.
that account should be growing. As I read it.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely be growing through next year.
Yeah.
And then
okay.
after that, it may stabilize and maybe shrink a little bit, depending on our mix of how fast we can pull in the federal grant money.
And then the last question I had is under, on page 5 of the Fresno Historic. Am I reading this right? The budget has gone up $9 million?
Well, that's the budget for the fiscal year expenditures. So, and there's two components of the Fresno station. There's the historic depot that's getting retrofitted. There's a plaza outside of it that'll be created. And there's also some Chinatown investments in bus connectivity and other upgrades. So that was a particular raise grant award we got several years ago. And then in the Fed State Grant Award from last year, that is the main Fresno station. That'll be the structure you see, the graphic for the.
I
use
always
of our
get
customers.
bothered by the word up. Or has our overall budget gone up on the
No.
Fresno station?
No, so
Okay.
our program, multi-year program budget's the same, but our 24-25 budget is up 9
Okay,
million.
I
from
just
the-
want to make sure that we're on budget and on time. Thank you. Great job for us. Thank you very much, Brian.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. And Brian, I just want to echo too, thank you very much for your service to the organization and wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Just have a quick question on page 4 of the budget. Couple questions. One is, I see we're increasing 67 positions to the organization. If there's a list at somewhere of what those positions are, then I look at the northern, central, and regional, and rather Los Angeles budget. And the Northern California and Central California the budget remains the same, going up a little bit in Southern California. And two questions attached to that. One is, it seems that's where a lot of our day-to-day activities are, and they're growing. I'm just wondering why those budgets are, for the most part, staying constant. Then the last question is attached to strategic communications. I see it's going up $500,000. What is strategic communications?
Sure. So the chart you're referring to on page 8, these are the total budget amounts. So the amount for program delivery office, for example, is 50,200,000. So these do not represent year-over-year change. They represent the budget for next year. Strategic communications is Melissa Figueroa and her excellent team, and handles many things from our press to our planning to our board meeting to our exciting state fair exhibition coming up next month.
And the increase is the result of what?
Our budget proposal that added 67 new state staff positions also will eliminate the equivalent of 62 consultant positions. So part of the motivation for that proposal was to match form to function and make sure we had the right workload or workforce resources for the right task. So most of the work that will be done by these state staff, or again, is in our baseline already, but it's more appropriate to use state staff. It's cheaper to use state staff. Those allocated are in terms of program, I believe the largest area was program delivery. We're adding a lot of state staff, for example, in the construction quality oversight area, because that's a area where the CEO, I think, has talked before about some of our quality work. And that's thought to be a function where we should have strong state worker oversight. But in other areas, the Southern California Regional Office, for example, that has had a heavier proportion of contractors in the past, and we're more equalizing the state staff down there with some of the other regions. So it's a variety of different areas. In my area, I think there were 4 in finance department where we thought we could bring in state staff and eliminate some consultant positions. So
Did you say state staff are cheaper than consultants?
they
Or
are yes.
less costly?
Less costly, yes.
Really? With salary and benefits and all that, they're be less expensive than a consultant?
Yes, you know, a lot of the states, well, you have, we are billed by our contractors, and of course it varies by contract.
Right.
But when you consider the cost billed for the employees and the overhead and the profit by the contractors, and compare that to the cost of state staff, and that's all inclusive of salary, benefits, you know, pension contributions made by the state, et cetera. All those things are factored in, and on average, it's correct that the average state staff position is less costly than the average consultant position.
Okay. If you could have your staff send us a list of what these new positions are going to be, and maybe what the corresponding consultant contracts that will be released.
Yeah, we're
as a
happy
result.
to do that.
Great, thank you.
We will do so.
Mr. Chairman, question. So you mentioned the governor's budget, I think, which should be, I think, voted on today by the legislature. The governor had proposed some reductions to vacant positions. Are we impacted by that? And does this budget reflect that? And are those the adjustments that you say may be coming from Department of Finance later?
It's the latter. So I think a more in-depth department by department review by the Department of Finance. They do indicate looking at the 23-24 budget, recognizing what savings occurred, because most departments do have vacancies, and you know, that generates savings relative to the budget. So they definitely want to score the 23-24 budget savings. And then going forward, I don't believe it'll likely be a single approach. I think they'll look department by department. So we have not slowed our hiring down, nor been asked to slow our hiring down. So we continue to hire for vacant positions currently.
Got it. So just another question, just in terms of your experience. So from Senate budget to the State Transportation Agency, both as an undersecretary and then secretary and then CFO of the authority, you presented a lot of budgets over that time and analyzed a lot of budgets. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I just want to know if we can trust these numbers, Mr. Annis. How But to drill down on this just a little bit more, so how many budgets have you presented just to this board?
How many budgets to this? Well, I've been here 5 years, so, although given the timing, this might be my sixth budget I've brought to the board.
All right, 6 budgets six times you've had to come with that straight face and smile through good times and bad, through worries about whether funding was going to come for one thing or another, with that poise and strength of character and confidence. You presented those 6 budgets to this authority. Is that fair to say? And you're pretty as confident as you were in your first as you are in this one?
Yes, well, I think our program, well, thank you, Anthony, for that comment. Our, I've read a lot of books about big mega projects in history, and, we kind of suffer and benefit from the same challenges and opportunities, but, we've, ultimately, I think it's desirable to have a permanent federal funding source, permanent state funding source, and then we'll really be off to the races. But yeah, I think the idea that we work closely with the legislature to get the full Prop 1A appropriated, got the large federal grants. I'm very proud of the whole team that put those grant applications together, worked on all the Prop 1A mechanisms, which were many, many reports, many analyses, many legislative discussions and reports, and et cetera. So, yeah, I'm very pleased with the team, and I think we've had a good run.
Well, thank you, Brian. It's been a joy watching you since those early days of Senate Budget Committee. As you know, we walk those halls together, and it's great to see you here, and thank you for everything you've done for this authority and for the state. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any other? Yeah, thank you.
So I think, Mr. Chair, that
So not to throw any water on this, Brian will be back again tomorrow.
I was going to say, I think this precludes saying anything
Yeah.
nice about me tomorrow now.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. We'll move on to, hold on, we need to,
I'll move the item and
We're gonna-
reserve my
we're gonna-
comments.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to move the item and reserve my comments to talk about you, Brian, till tomorrow. So I
All right,
move.
we have a motion. Is there a second, please?
Moved.
Please call the roll. Yes.
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 Thank you. Item number 5 is the request for approval to award an agreement for design services for track and overheads contact systems. My gosh. I know there's no lights. Good morning, Bruce, welcome, and it's all yours.
All right, thank you. As was mentioned, I'm here to present the design services for track and overhead catenary systems contract award. Next slide, please. So the summary of this request, I'm asking for approval to award and execute the contract for design services for the track and overhead catenary systems. This is going to be to design the 171 miles from Merced to Bakersfield for the track and the OCS and some related civil work. It's the first procurement of the proposed new tracking systems procurement strategy approved with adoption in the 2024 business plan. It's critical for achieving the certification from the FRA. The initial contract value would be 131.2, and that's going to be in notice to proceed 1. The total value is the 161, and that's a not to exceed number, with the northern and southern extensions from Merced, including all of Merced to Bakersfield. Prior to exercising the extension options, staff will obtain board approval. Next slide, please. The contract term is going to be 6 years, 8 months for NTPs 1 through 3. The estimated cost, as I mentioned, is the 161 not to exceed. NTP 1 will be 5 years, 2 months for the 131, and the detailed design of the FCS. NTP 2 will be approximately 4 years, and it will overlap with NTP 1. Similarly, NTP 3 will be approximately 4 years, also overlapping with NTP 1. So we expect to have all these NTPs working at the same time. They're not sequential. The action today is to authorize NTP 1, and the contract value would be consistent with the expenditure authorization that was just discussed or approved by the board in January. Staff will return to the board prior to issuing NTP 2 and 3. And the NTPs will be done on a task order basis. So the team will develop task orders for the execution of the work. Next slide, please. We're going to produce high-level designs for the track and OCS elements for the entire guideway, as I mentioned, from Merced to Bakersfield. And then we'll do detailed designs for the 119-mile section from Madera to Poplar. And that's inclusive of the areas from CPs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Design of the track systems include the subballast layer, OCS, and a long track cable containment, the cross-track ducts, along with the access walkway, fencing, and track drainage. The management of the technical and non-technical interfaces related to the contract scope and with the interfacing contractors. For example, the vehicle track interaction, the interfacing contractor in that situation would be the rolling stock supplier, and the OCS and pantograph interface will be the interfacing contractor there with this contractor will be the rolling stock supplier. There's going to be implementation of the BIM modeling for development of the initial digital model. We're building we'll have a digital twin of our railway that's going to integrate very well with our Maximo system. The contract includes provisions for a performance-based fee structure. The key performance indicators include collaboration with the interfacing contractors, and they must be met to earn a fee. A little bit more about the interfacing contractors. The signaling guy will be an interfacing contractor. The comms, train control, the CMGC contractor would be an interfacing contractor with this contractor. Next slide, please. NTP 1, initial deliverables like the BIM manual, our program management plans, et cetera. The high-level design for the 171, what you do is you design the entire system, and we'll do some traction power modeling, et cetera. And then we'll have a detailed design for the 119, along with the construction support services for the CMGC for the track and OCS. So as we're building, the designer, of course, plays a role in construction support services. All that will be in NTP 1. And as I mentioned, issued on a task order basis. So we have the flexibility to limit our exposure by issuing task orders when certain work areas become available. NTP 2 is the detailed design for the M2M section, which is the Merced to Madera section. Construction support for that section will be in NTP 2. And as I mentioned, with the CMGC contractor, along with NTP 3, which is the detailed design for the LGA section from Poplar on down to Bakersfield. And construction support will be in that NTP as well. Next slide, please. A little bit about the RFQ. The request for qualifications included the submission of requirements, scoring criteria, and we include detailed scoring criteria in our RFQ. So the proposers know exactly how they will be scored. I was going to say judged. The draft agreement and all that was approved for release by this board in November of 2023 was managed directly by authority staff and as a qualification-based contract. And we're governed by the state architectural and engineering requirements that are cited there, along with the authority regulations and this board's policies and other applicable state and technical requirements. Small business, disadvantaged business, and DVBE utilization goals are included in the requirements. 25% utilization goal inclusive of a 3% carve out for micro businesses was included, along with the 10% DBE goal is included, and 3% of 3% disabled veterans business enterprise goal. Environmental, social, and governance efforts, which can include any environmental sustainability efforts, socioeconomic equity policies, and government policies, or a report, were also part of the pass-fail requirements. Next slide, please. As a result of all that, with design services and evaluation and performance, we received SOQs from the proposers, and we received them from 2 offers. The SOQs were evaluated and scored by an evaluation selection team that was established pursuant to the established criteria in the RFQ. Both offers were invited to discussions, interviews with the ESC, and were scored on their discussions based on the criteria in the RFQ. The final ESC consensus scores were computed in accordance with the RFQ, and a notice of proposed award was published and identified Sistra TIPSA as the highest ranking offerer. And performance-based fee range was negotiated in the task orders and is limited between 8 to 11% based on excellent performance and other factors. Next slide, please. A little bit about the Sistra TIPSA joint venture. Their team that has worked together for more than 2 decades. They've partnered with numerous California rail transit agencies for more than 35 years. They have extensive European high-speed rail experience, and they've actively partnered with 20 subcontractors for this contract. And I'm pleased to report that all the pre-award audits of those 20 contractors were completed by Paula and her team. And that was a monumental thing. So we're ready to move forward with this contract based on the work that Paula has done. There's 19 named small business partnerships, and 18 of those firms have California offices. There are 12 micro businesses, 10 DBEs, 2 DVBEs, and 1 certified LGBT business enterprise. And their committed goal is to achieve 32% SB, DB, DVBE. And we are very aware that this board is very serious about SB, DBE, and DVBE goals. And this team is aware of that as well. Next slide, please. So my request is to authorize the CEO or his designee to execute the contract with Sistra TIPSA joint venture for the not to exceed value of $131.2 million for the work associated with this notice to proceed 1. Next slide. At this time, I'd like to try and answer any questions you may have.
Director Camacho.
Bruce, in your summary, you talked about the scope, and the scope is a contract value of 161 million, or not to exceed 161 million. The next line, you talk about the contract value with the not to exceed number, with northern and southern extension options, NTPs 2 and 3. Could you explain that? The options are going to go where?
So the 131 that's in NTP 1 only covers the CP 1 through 4 area, or the first construction segment that's shown on one of the slides. The additional monies will be used for the Merced to Bakersfield, the Merced to Madera piece in the north, and then the Poplar to Bakersfield piece in the south.
Okay.
And that'll take you to the 171.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Armistead? Yes, Director Escucha.
Yeah, thank you. Bruce, on page 6 of your slide presentation, you talk about an overview of, I think, additional policies that you analyzed as part of the pass-fail requirements. Those policies, I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, the 5th bullet point, environmental, social, and governance efforts. With regard to the governance policies, did the issue of conflict of interest play part of your analysis?
A conflict of interest, I'm
Well,
sorry.
you know,
ask again.
potential conflicts of interest, you know, external?
I don't know off the top of my head, and I must apologize, I don't understand the question, Alicia.
Each of these procurements, we do a conflict of interest.
You do a conflict check.
Yes, and there is a form that this board asked to be signed by penalty of perjury, which we added, I think, at the new policy requirements as well. So we have a
All right.
penalty of perjury
I,
signature.
obviously, conflicts is very important to me, and I worked on that policy to try to make it somewhat robust. Maybe it's not as robust as I could have made it. But I remember telling everyone that when we passed the conflicts policy, to just be very aware of the fact that as we are asserting a conflicts policy upon external stakeholders, that also we as internal stakeholders also hold ourselves to those conflict provisions. So just take that under consideration, Bruce.
Yes, ma'am.
No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Director, Vice Chair Miller.
Thank you, Bruce, for that presentation. I just have a question about the contract term. And I just want to make sure that it dovetails into our schedule. I mean, it's a 5.5 design services contract, 5.5 years.
Right.
And it looks like it overlaps in terms of the task orders, right? So are we still on track under our what we've said in our business report as to when we're going to complete the actual
Yes,
running of this train?
yes, absolutely. To give you a little detail, this contract is intended to get us to dynamic testing, which we expect to happen in 2028, late in 2028, we'll start dynamic testing.
Okay,
And
so
this contractor will still be on board and helping us through that process.
okay, so it's not just design. You'll actually have testing of the system or tell me what the testing is. Is
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Static testing and testing will go on throughout, and the designer will be participating in that testing. They'll also help us with testing plans for the pieces of work that they design.
Is it possible to be doing other contracts for actual track laying and those kinds of things during this process, or do we wait till this is concluded?
Absolutely. Yeah, there'll be concurrent work. You can test certain segments of your railroad while other segments are being constructed.
Constructed, okay.
So yes.
So the answer is yes to all
Yes.
my questions. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, sure.
My follow-up question is actually for Alicia, you know, because you indicated in response to my question that, you know, pursuant to good business practice, we do, you know, a conflicts check, and that you have, you know, what I call the external stakeholders sign off on no conflicts under penalty of perjury. Do we do the same thing with regard to conflicts check in terms of our own staff internally within who are working at high-speed rail?
We do on a number of levels. You know,
Okay.
we all fill out the Form 700s that the board is very familiar with, that identify areas we might have conflict.
All right.
I'm
glad that you're doing-
I'm sorry, the people that work on each of these procurements, we do a very careful conflict check before they are involved in any of the confidential.
And let's
work.
assume that there is a conflict, you know, in terms of an internal staff member has a conflict with some of the people that are getting a contract. How do you handle that conflict, Alicia? Do you wall them off?
Yes, if a conflict were found, we would elevate that and wall it
Okay.
off.
All right. To me, this is very important because we are on the cusp of basically releasing a lot of RFPs, you know, into the near future, you know, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months from now. And I really do think that in order to really, for the authority to really earn the trust of stakeholders, especially external, especially political stakeholders that we eventually have got to go to ask for money or ask for an extension cap and trade, et cetera. We really, to me, the issue of conflicts of interest is the easiest thing that we can do because we control it. We control it. And so one more other thing, Alicia, because I've asked you this question before. Do you have enough staff to help you in making those assessments of conflicts of interest?
I do in part because I was part of that budget presentation.
Okay.
Brian Ennis did. The legal team was given 3 new
Okay.
positions, which will be very helpful. Just all this new work coming.
All right. Thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up to Director Escutia, sorry, but I have seen particularly multi-year contracts for staff changes. And so this conflict issue, I'm assuming at some point you periodically review that or ask for updates to that because, you know, in these staff leaves, they come back, particularly with consultants, to just make sure that we're on top of not just today when they sign the contract, but subsequent 2 years down the road, we revisit it, make sure they sign the statement again or every task.
And they, consultants also do the Form 700s. And when they come on board, a new consultant has to.
Okay. And staff as well for an
Yes.
existing consultant.
Form 700s are done yearly,
Okay.
every year in the spring. All staff that's related to contract.
Yeah, that's more of a disclosure. That's not
Right.
really a conflict, but you know what I'm saying. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Any
I have
other-
a few questions.
Yes, Director Correa.
Bruce,
Yes.
you may have mentioned it. I don't think I heard it if you did. When is this work scheduled to be completed?
Scheduled to be completed. The duration of NTP 1, will we say 4 year, let me think about this. The slide for NTPs, I think it's slide 3 or 4. 5 years, 8 months for the total. So we're working on the master schedule that would include exactly when certain elements of work will be completed, and that'll be based on the completion of the civil works that allow the design work to move forward and then allow for our CMGC contractor to come out there. So we don't have a detailed schedule of the completion of this design piece, that design piece, the other design.
Okay, so we're awarding this today,
Uh-huh.
but they won't be starting work until we have.
Oh, no, no, they're gonna start the work. We're hoping to issue notice to proceed next week. So they'll
This is-
start collecting data and doing surveys, and the areas that are available for them to work, to do detailed design, we'll start them on that. But we have the 171 that we have to do a design of the system on.
So can I try to
Yeah,
help here?
please.
This is the design for the tracking system. And so the 119, we're advancing the civil work below the tracking system so we can advance that design in great detail right now for the 119 miles. For the 171 miles, we're not fully funded yet for that civil work for the extensions yet.
Correct.
So we're going to do a high level design on that now. As we advance that work beyond the 119, the designs will kick in.
So
for
then
those
the
extensions.
focus of my question then is, because we do have commitments to complete the 119 by a specific period of time.
Yes.
So once we award this contract, when will their work be completed on the 119 so the rest of the work can continue? So we can meet our timelines?
When
is their deadline to complete their work on the 119?
The designer's deadline?
Yes.
That's tough because we don't have detailed schedules for the design work. We have a plan to complete all of the 119 and then the 171, consistent with our funding agreements and our requirements for those agreements. The detailed design as to which piece will be designed and completed at which time, we don't have that yet. But we have a overall plan for design, construction, civil works completion, dynamic testing, all that, and I can get you a more detailed answer to your question,
No,
because
if
I
you
don't
could,
have that in front of me.
because if as a board and really what we represented to the state legislature and the governor in our business plan is if we plan to be operational by the end of this decade or soon thereafter, it seems to me there's a lot of pieces that are in play that have to happen for that to occur. And if we're awarding this contract today and our focus is on the 119, it seems we would know or have the expectation of when that work would be completed, because that's critical.
We do. I want to be clear on this. We have a master schedule that is
Right.
very clear on this. And for the 119-mile stretch, we will be, this design work will complete in a way. And the reason we're coming to you with the design contract now with the first NTP, and the reason we're coming with you soon for train set, rolling stock things now is so that we can be in full test mode on 119 miles in that 2030 timeline.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
what this
I agree.
requires. So this is a five-year roughly contract
Yes.
for that first NTP1 to complete all of that design work and be ready to go for the testing on the 119 miles in that 2030.
Okay,
Get them
so
full
they have,
operational.
so this
full
contract,
operations
these
of the
folks
one-
have 5 years to do the work on the 119? That what you're saying, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the detailed answer to your question is you'd like to see a detailed schedule of when the
Yes.
design work will be done.
Yeah, I think this board
And then
needs to see a
we'll
schedule.
start the construction work.
Yes.
That is part of the work that we're going to be doing as part of the first NTP. As he goes out and takes surveys of the area, as we go out and develop the program management
Right.
plan, et cetera.
Yeah, if we could see a schedule, that'd be great, because
So
I don't know if this firm is in the audience today, but you know, yeah, we have to be holding everybody's feet to the fire on getting this project completed, and we can't do that if we don't have the schedule.
Yes,
Well,
I just
on
need, I just need to know what that, this board needs to know what that will be.
Yes, sir. And just to further emphasize your point, as we move forward with this design contractor and his integration responsibilities and all the things that we're doing, we will be developing detailed schedules for design and construction.
Okay.
A lot of it's based on they're designing the OCS and designing the track structure.
Yeah.
And then as we interface with the other contractors and designers, we'll be able to say signaling system design is X, communications to system design is Y, and then we work through with all the interfacing contractors, including the train sets, a more detailed, granular, these 3 miles will be designed at this time because the civil works will be ready to accept some of the works that this guy is going to be designing.
Okay.
So those types of details I unfortunately don't have right now.
Okay, the next question I have, let me finish my question,
No,
then, yeah. Is, it's all centered around scope of work, I want to be clear. I think we've had the discussion before, I just wanted to clarify. I understand right now we only have the funding to create, or build 1 line. But in this contract, are we designing the dual track system for this 119?
Yes, 2-track electrified is what SB 198 says.
Okay, where in this document can we find that it's going to be designed for 2-track?
I didn't put that type of detail in your work because we're guided by SB 198, which says 2 tracks electrified.
Okay, I just want to be on the record today that what these folks will be moved forward on is the design of a 2-track.
Yeah, we're a double track electrified railroad as was dictated to us in SB 198.
Okay, the next question I have is, you mentioned their production of high-level designs of track, OCS, et cetera, inside the maintenance of way facilities, maintenance of way sidings, train set certification facility, and the light and heavy-duty maintenance facilities. Have all those already been identified, or will this firm be part of their project to identify those sites?
So their work won't be to identify the sites. We have environmental process. The environmental process identifies the HMF, LMF, and we have a general idea of the train set certification facility. We have a location on our track chart that shows that. their work will include getting tracks into and out of, making sure we safely have the catenary and the right offsets to stuff so that the tracks can come in and out of the facilities. Now, what we're working through and we'll be coming to you very shortly with are facilities design contracts, which will be an interfacing contractor with this contract. So the person who designs, and let's just use the, I don't know, the HMF as an example, they will design the track and catenary as it leads up to and into the HMF. Then the heavy maintenance facility designer will design the facility in conjunction with the rolling stock manufacturer, who will say, put the pit there, put the lift over here. I need a mezzanine over there. My S&I tracks are here. My overhaul tracks are there. My drop tables over here. So they will help with the track and OCS pieces. Then we'll have the facilities manager, a facilities designer that will design the facility. And then we'll have the rolling stock guy that will also interface with those designers. So we're going to have a collaborative effort. And this organization is, we'll collaborate with all of our consultants in order to get the everything done in a way that serves everybody's needs.
Okay, if I remember correctly, we have already identified internally most of these sites, the maintenance of way facilities, operations control center, et cetera. I think the only outstanding piece that needs to be identified is a heavy duty maintenance facility. That's the only thing left to identify.
Yes.
And when will we make that decision?
The environmental folks.
2025.
2025.
It's in the environmental process now.
Okay. All right. My last question, Bruce, just has to do with an interface question, and I don't know if it fits in here, but the electrification of our system, is that going to be part of this process also? How does that interface?
The traction power is a different procurement.
Okay.
So again, an interfacing contractor with these folks. The way I've seen it done is the OCS guy designs his pieces. There's a piece of switchgear between that the OCS guy designs up to. There's a traction power substation that's built by the traction power folks. And then there's connections on the other side, more switchgear, where the utility feeds into that traction power substation. So we'll take a certain voltage, I want to say 240 kV into the station. It'll go through transformers, inverters, blah, 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 and it'll come out the other end as 25 kV, 60 hertz. Did I get that right, Robert? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I think at our last board meeting, we had asked for a full presentation on just all that electrification aspect of our system. I know we're talking about solar and electricity as a backup, just how that really works and how it'll power the system. Not for today, but for another meeting. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
you. I love talking about it. So yeah.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Bruce, you indicated, in answering Mr. Pereira's question about providing the board detailed schedules, of this project, which I think is a fabulous idea. But this whole thing about being on schedule assumes a perfect world. And I never assume a perfect world. I always assume there's going to be some problems.
Yes.
And so the issue that I have is like, as you're doing your schedules, this detailed schedule, do you identify potential, what I would call potential danger points?
Yes.
For example, for me, one of the big issues that I have is, will our rights of way acquisitions be finished in order for us to meet these deadlines? Do our rights of way acquisitions have an impact on this contract that we're about to vote on today?
So on this specific contract, we can design what needs to be designed without owning the property.
Okay.
But our detailed schedule, and I'm not the project management oversight guy, and I don't see him in the room. Our schedules do include consideration for risks. And we look for places to mitigate those risks. For example, if there's a procurement that's on the critical path, then we maybe look at ways of improving, of getting that procurement started earlier. So that when fire season comes and PG&E can't get here and it's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? They took all of our material because they had a fire emergency. Then because we've tried to mitigate those risks early, we can be ready for them if they should occur.
Can
Does
I
that make
just, sorry, I just want to elaborate on the right of way issue because it's been such a long part of our project's history. But the thing about it that I want to be clear on is how we're turning the page on that issue. And the right of way issue was particularly difficult on the 119-mile segment in the valley. And that had to do with where we were on a contract and getting into it before that right of way was in hand. And what we have spent really the last several years digging in on hard is advancing that right of way. And so for the 119-mile stretch, we need on the order of 2,298 parcels to have all the right of way we need for the 119. I think it's actually 2,988. And as I'm sitting here today, we have 2,263 done. So we have 25 parcels left to get. Our schedule is to have those completed by the end of 25 for the 119. Now we will need on the order of 500 parcels for the Merced extension and the Bakersfield extensions combined. The beauty of what we're poised to do going forward now from where we were before is we are getting into those right-of-ways, that right-of-way procurement now on those future ones, you know, well before we're getting into the construction contracts. That right-of-way will be done before we get into those construction contracts. And we have right-of-way schedules in our master schedule that has us meeting those dates and in a way where we can get into the construction contracts and meet our time and our schedule efforts for both the 119 miles and the 171 miles. And just to reiterate for the public's benefit, we want to be in testing on the 119 miles on the 2030 timeline, and we want to be operational on the 171 between 2030 and 2033. And the reason there's a window is because the extensions to Merced and Bakersfield are unfunded. Not unfunded, but not completely funded. So we use a window schedule for that. And that's where this stands. And all of our work on this stuff is to stay in line with those two schedules. Thank you.
Hearing no other comments, do we have a motion?
Move.
Second?
Please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Yes. Aye.
Yes.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start our last item here today, I want to let you know that with regards to our closed session today, the board was meeting in closed session and has nothing to report at this point. And next is our CEO report from our CEO, Brian Clark.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'm Brian Kelly, the Chief Executive Officer for California High-Speed Rail Authority. My presentation will take about an hour and a half. So, not really. Let's go ahead and jump into the first slide here on my CEO report. The first thing is to update the board. As you know, when we have a change order that we execute above a certain level, I report that to the board. I'm going to report a sizable item here, but it's one the board is well familiar with. We went into an arbitration process with one of our contractors on what we call the Cross Creek issue. This was one of 4 key commercial issues that we had identified for the board some years ago that we were looking to negotiate settlements with our DFJV for CP23. This particular arbitration case, we had settled the other 3. We left this one out to arbitration. We had a negative arbitration ruling on this one earlier this year in spring, April of 2024. And under that ruling, we had a direction to bring a change order within so much time to conclude the settlement of that particular arbitration. So the cost of this arbitration is the cost of this particular change order is $143,126,822. It covers the 2,500 linear foot Cross Creek Viaduct, wildlife crossings at Cross Creek, Allensworth, and the Kings River Complex, as well as the DFJB's attorney's fees and the cost for the arbitration. The structures themselves have been under construction even during the arbitration process. The DBJV commenced construction on the Cross Creek Viaduct in November of 2023, and their targeted completion is late 2025. Major change order on the 119-mile segment, just an update. We had identified back in, I think, our 2022 business plan, 13 major commercial issues that were holdover issues that were unsatisfied for many years and been in dispute for many years. This is the last of those 13 commercial issues and the final one to be resolved. And so I'm never thrilled to be here telling you we have a change order that we're processing, but I am thrilled to tell you that the 13 major commercial issues that needed settlement as of 2022, this is the last of those 13. So I just want to report that to them. Thank you. Next slide. We also want to always report to the board where we are on federal grant applications. We have recently submitted a grant application under the latest round of federal NOFA notices for us for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement, or CHRISTI grant. These are capital projects that will improve passenger and freight rail transportation systems in terms of safety, efficiency, and reliability. We submitted an application for really two key components of what we do in the Valley. One was to advance the Merced extension element of the inaugural high-speed rail system from Merced to Bakersfield with an 8-mile construction extension that includes utilities, civil, track and systems, and related project construction. Just by way of reminder to the board members, when we received the big federal grant at the end of 2023, the federal state partnership grant, that included some funding to extend 2 tracks 13 miles toward Bakersfield. This CHRISTI grant is to allow us to expand 8 miles north toward Merced, again, inching our way to our final destination points. So the bulk of this grant, the total grant application is $450 million. We will match that with state funds, of course, and the other element besides the extension to Merced is for the continuation of our workforce training programs in the Central Valley. That includes the continued funding for the existing pre-apprenticeship training programs and expand new programs to further support construction of the project. Again, total grant application, $450 million. Our application was submitted on May 24th of this year. Okay. Next slide, please. I guess I have to do this, although I don't really want to. I want to call my friend Brian Annis up here, which I always am happy to do, but I don't really want to have this conversation with him. So of course, members have said some things about Brian. I will say that he will be here tomorrow to present the Finance and Audit Committee findings. So I'm not sure that this is necessarily in the right order, but I do want to spend a couple of moments just to first congratulate Brian, who's not just a colleague to me, but a longtime friend. Brian and I have worked together. I've concluding my 30-year career, and I think we've worked together 27 or 28 of those 30 years. I'll just say this about Brian. I've got a lot more to say about him in other venues. But I will say, I asked Brian many years ago to leave the Department of Finance and come work with us in the state Senate, where Anthony and I were at that time working together for the Senate Pro Tem. About 5 or 6 years later, I asked Brian to leave the state Senate and please come to work with me at the State Transportation Agency to help us figure out transportation funding and policy in the state of California. And he left that job in the Senate and he came and he worked at the agency. He became the agency secretary. And then just showing that he's got a fair glutton for punishment like I do, I asked him a few years later, would he leave the agency and consider coming over and being the chief financial officer at the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and he agreed to do that. And I can't say enough about the public servant that Brian Annis is. He approaches everything in front of him with the highest level of integrity, with the highest level of determination in what we're trying to do, and the work ethic he brings to the job. Again, I'm concluding a 30-year public service career, and I can't name a finer public servant than this guy, Brian Annis. And the only thing I could say in addition to that is I know him outside of work quite well. This is embarrassing, but we actually live fairly close to each other. My kids know his kids. My wife knows his wife. We're quite close. And I just want to say, as great as a public servant as Brian Annis is, he's a better man. And so I'm really honored to thank Brian for the work he's done for us, congratulate him on his retirement, wish him the best. And as we do with everybody, give him his ticket to ride on high-speed rail. That concludes my my presentation. Thanks, board members. Yeah, Brian, this is your cover.
We noticed that. Thank you, Brian's. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business for today. We will go into recess, and hopefully you can rejoin us tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, same place. Sure. We have one more comment.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and thank the California Highway Patrol for being here, protecting us, protecting the public. We really appreciate everything that you do.
Let me also, for the record, Anthony was out of the room for our vote on which one, Alicia? I didn't, on the design contract, but he wants to have the record reflect that his vote is also yes.
Williams, aye.
Go ahead and scratch it. I said yes. Anyway, thank you all for spending the time with us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.